You are watching day number 3 of Seahawks Today's live free agency frenzy coverage. Tyler Jones here with you. Thanks for hanging out with us. The new league year begins in less than an hour from right now. And on today's show, we are going to talk all things NFL free agency, some potential targets for your Seahawks. We'll catch up to speed on today's action. We're going to do Q&A mailbag coming up later as well. Use hashtag Seahawks or Super Chat to get on the mailbag portion of the show. As you guys file in, shout out your city. We'll shout you out as we are out of the gates ready to go here with day number 3. The Seahawks already active here within the last 12 hours. It's been pretty busy for the Seahawks. We'll tell you everything you need to know on their signings of what they've done so far. But as you guys file in, shout out your city. Let us know where you're at. We'll shout you out. We're coming at you from the Chat Sports Studios here in downtown Dallas, Texas today. And Smitty's going to join me here in a bit. But I want to hear from you guys. Let us know where you're at. And we'd love to hear from you as we are ready to go. Got Aaron Bermuth checking in from Portland. Always a pleasure. Good to see you, Aaron. We got Rico in New York. I got Sean in England. How do you do, Sean? Thanks for being here, my guy. Troy's in San Antonio. I got Rico Suave in Syracuse, New York. Good to see you, Rico. Got Ken in Washington. Good to see you, Ken. Peter is in the Moon. I got Doug in Lakemore, Illinois. Groovy Gopher in Bloomington, Indiana. Back home again in Indiana. Michael in Honolulu. Got Garrett in Birmingham, Alabama. Will you paint me a Birmingham? I got Dwayne in Seattle. I got Showfly in Lacey. Rainwater Games in Granite Falls, Washington. Gregory in Texas. Dashing Queen in Montana. I got the Mister in Kansas City. The Virginia Seahawks says guess. I'm going to just guess Virginia. Miles in Iowa. I got Greg in Rainier, Washington. I got Ricky in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Donald in Slayton, Texas. Caden in my hometown, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Living on Tulsa time. Hell's Yards in Spokane, Washington. I got Chris in Marysville, Washington. I got Adam in Canada. I got Mike in Midland, Texas. Jesse in Victoria, BC. I got Hank in Blaine, Washington. Dominic claims he's in the GM's office. I got Thrilla in South Seattle, and there you go. Plenty more checking in as we get this show started. Got 21 likes so far. I want to get those likes up right away. If you want the Seahawks to make a move, a big-time move today, then go ahead and like the video. When we get to 50 likes, I'm taking a free shot on the house. I got my Tito's in hand ready to go, but I cannot open it. I cannot take a shot until we get to 50 likes. I know we already got 140 people watching already, so I'm not even asking for half the audience to like today's video. So get in there, hit that like button. Let's set the tone early and make sure our voices get heard, that we have a great show today. Do your part, like the video, and let's get to 50. We're at 33 right now. Need 17 more. And if you need any further proof what I'm talking about here, Tito's is here ready to go. I will pour it out accordingly. Need 8 more likes, and that'll get us to 50, and we'll take that first shot. 2 more. We're at 48 now. 2 more away, and I will take that first shot, and we'll get this thing on the air and ready to go. Donald says, do you see our questions? Donald, we see your questions. 50 likes. There we go. Here's the first shot of the day. Tito's in hand, ready to go. Let's have ourselves a day, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. Great to be here. Glad to have you guys here. Smitty, how we doing, my friend? Happy Wednesday to you. Day 3 of free agency. Things starting to pick up a little bit for the Seahawks anyway.
Yes, sir. Yes, they absolutely are. As you see at the top of your screen, as I'm going to put myself on the screen here.
You'll join Artie up there.
I'll join Artie up there, who is the last signing made by the Seattle Seahawks here on day 3. Kind of a weird move to me. I mean, the secondary certainly needs help after losing Quandre Diggs. Obviously, Jamal Adams is a body. He is a physical football player. You lose him. You got guys like Mike Jackson in free agency as well, and you decide to bring back Artie Burns, who really didn't get much burn all last season, and just doesn't seem like something that's very consequential for this team. I mean, he's another body on that depth chart now, but he doesn't look like somebody's going to be moving the needle too much for the Seattle Seahawks team.
Yeah, I'll talk about this more later, but Smitty, I feel like Artie Burns is there until they find somebody better.
I mean, yeah, he's going to end up being on the practice squad come August, and this signing isn't even going to be relevant. I can pretty much predict that to a T.
Smitty, one more thing before we get to Price Picks. Likes are up to 75. I think we can even go further. I think we can get to 100.
I think we can get to 100.
I'll do another shot. Actually, take that. I'll do another shot, and I'll crack open a beer.
Nice.
When we get to 100. I need 25 more likes, and then we'll officially get rolling here. I got a Miller Lite on hand today. A fine Pilsner beer.
Yeah.
But I can't open it up. Can't take a shot till we get to 100 likes.
Let's see how many likes we get to here before we're done with this Price Picks read. We're going to tell you about our friends here in just a moment.
So I'll do this Price Picks read. But when I come back, when we're done with the Price Picks,
we better get 100.
I want us to be at 100 likes. That way I can crack open the Miller and I can take another shot at Tito's. I need 20 more while we do this Price Picks read. So without further ado, let's tell you about Price Picks. And then when we come back, let's see if we get to 100 likes. Today's show is sponsored by Price Picks. Price Picks is the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose 2 or more players on any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking rebounds in basketball, goals in hockey, home runs in baseball, fantasy points in NASCAR, all sorts of different categories to choose from. Go to PricePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. And we got an NBA Prize Picks for you as we got a little Pi Day special, Smitty, as 3.14.
Shout out Pi Day.
Pi Day tomorrow. I remember in the 5th grade, we celebrated Pi Day and had all sorts of pie. Did you celebrate Pi Day back in the day?
Oh, yeah. Multiple grades, probably. All the way throughout elementary school, as soon as you kind of learned what pie was, they started celebrating on Pi Day.
So with the Pi Day celebration in mind, Price Picks is offering a nice deal with James Harden. All you got to do is he's got to hit more than 3.14 points.
Yeah, I think if he gets 4, that is above 3.14. So I would take the more on that personally. Price Picks offers these great promotions all the time. You get the Pi Day promotion. That's for tomorrow's game, by the way, as well. So that's a day in advance. You can use that for games today, and then basically almost have a free square tomorrow on Prize Picks. And then you look at Jalen Suggs there. That's a goblin.
7.5.
That's a goblin pick. So an easier pick, but a potentially lower payout than if you would get the more or less regular like we have with Jamal Murray.
Yeah, Jamal Murray, we got less than 21.5. If all 3 of these hit, let's say we put $20 down, we're making $100 on Prize Picks. Play along with us. PricePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. The link is going in the comments and description of today's video, also in the chat right now. PricePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS for that $100 deposit match to play along with us today. All right, Smitty, I got some bad news.
Oh, we're 3 away.
We came up 3 short.
That's not bad, though. I respect the hustle. As you see, the Seahawks also signed Nick Harris, an offensive lineman / fullback, to a deal, so a little bit of an athlete.
We'll talk about him more later. I'm very curious. Do you play him at fullback? Do you play him at center?
I don't know. With highlight man Nick Ballore off the team, we have a hole at that fullback position.
Highlight man, that's good.
Yeah. Name a player you guys.
You had to be here Monday to get that.
You had to be here Monday to see the Nick Ballore highlight reel, or
the lack thereof.
The lack thereof. Name a player Seattle should sign in free agency here, because we're very much hoping and praying for a signing while we are live. We did not get that luxury last time, and
No.
we want to see what your guys' thoughts are here as the free agency pool has dwindled since we last saw you.
So the Seahawks have not done us any favors when it comes to timing.
0.
Had a signing just past 11 o'clock Central Time. Smitty, I was in bed last night when that signing went down.
Yeah,
Got
so
my
was I.
ass up to do that video.
Yeah.
And then this morning, I'm just about to get ready for work, and they have another signing. And so
Nick
I had to
Harris.
get ready, film in my apartment, and then come to work after that. So can the Seahawks give us something while we're on the air today? That'd be nice. That's all I ask. I don't ask for too much. I just want a signing to happen. It could be a re-signing as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, I honestly hope it's a re-signing because we need football players. People forget.
We do. Who's the player the Seahawks should sign? Check it in the chat. Caden says Wagner and Simmons. Garrett says O-line. Arch says if Bosa's available, get him. Hate to break it to you. That's a no.
He might be. No.
Doug says hoping for Isaiah Simmons. Peter says Cam Curl. Garrett says anyone. Troy says Cameron Curl. Garrett says Cameron Curl. Jerry says you're at 100 likes now. We'll crack that open. Give me a second here. Gregory says Justin Fields. Ricky says Justin Fields. Troy says Devin White and Cameron Curl. Leo says trade for Fields inside Simmons. All right. So we did reach 100 likes. So without further ado, here's our first beer of the day.
And we got our first super chat of the day
Cheers.
as well.
First super chat. We haven't even got to the menu yet.
Haven't even got to the menu yet. And Kaysen has a question for you.
Kaysen is a fascinating dude. He was very active in the chat on Monday.
Yes, I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he could be a part of the 12s and hang out with us for the Seahawks offseason and beyond.
Kaysen, since you have not been busy with Seahawks news, that's not true. I have, just not at opportune times. Did you do your sketch homework, Tyler? Okay. Kaysen, don't be mad at me.
He definitely
but
did not.
I have not done my sketch homework yet.
Next time out, next Wednesday's happy hour, Tyler will absolutely be knowledgeable in the sketch sphere.
Granted, I'll say this, folks. I sit next to Smitty in the office. He's one of my desk mates, along with Big Tex and Matthew Peterson. He hasn't shown me sketch either.
That is fair. That is fair. Love is a two-way street here.
So you could. It's not just my fault. I'm going to dip Smitty in the grease here for not showing me Smitty. Showing me sketch. Where do I find sketch?
He's all over. He's on the. Well, you're not a TikTok guy, but he's all over the TikToks.
Yeah, I'm not on TikTok.
I think he's on Instagram Reels and whatnot, but he streams and he's on YouTube as well.
So for people like me that don't know sketch, what's the sketch impression, Smitty?
What's up, brother? Welcome to my clip. Walk down the field, dodge up. Meet on meet. Check Tuesday. Cancel. You guys, only people who've seen it will get it. If you haven't seen it, then I'm probably sounding like a crazy person to you. He's on Twitch. He streams on Twitch. He's hot. He's a hot thing going with the kids these days.
Okay.
Shout out to you, Casey, for that $5 super chat.
Let's get to the super chat menu so
Why
we
not
can
let it
see
fly?
what people like Kaysen are buying today.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's see. What do we got here? What do we got?
What do we have for the folks here? Here it is. First time super chatters, you get the Seahawks chant. $5 super chat, you get the old Macdonald song. We'll pay off accordingly. If you'd like the DK song too, just let us know.
Request it.
We can mix it up a bit. Let's see. Then $10 super chat gets you a raffle ticket for those Seahawk knives we're giving away at the end of the month. Got a lot of entries on that already. Plenty more to come. $20 super chat. I'm pleased to report, finally, the long-awaited arrival
We
of
got
our
it.
Seahawks Today football is here. You join the Football Hall of Fame with a $20 super chat. Your name will be added. I'm just going to go ahead right now and catch up on the names that I need to add to this football.
Absolutely. And I'll answer our next super chat that we got here.
Yeah, well, you do that. I'll shout out the names. I got Rick Bogard. Rick, you're the first name on. If you're watching, you are on the football now. Much congrats to you. Of course, Mark Sanchez is on the football.
Of course, Mark.
Like, there was no way Mark Sanchez wasn't going to be on this football. And then I got Dan Miller, Dan the man.
Dan the man. Absolutely.
Dan Miller is on the football.
All right. That's better here.
There we go. Much
Shout out my
better.
guy, Owen I'm gonna try my best here. Kolachik? Does that sound right? I think that sounds right.
Kolachik.
Owen Kolachik. Need an update on the Seahawks ex Kaysen Reyes Jr. signing. Listen, Kaysen might be the next roster spot on Seattle because not a lot of guys available that I want starting on this football team realistically next season. And Kaysen's got a pretty good case.
Couple more for you. Virginia Seahawks.
Nice.
A very regular viewer to the channel.
Yep.
Not West Virginia, but Virginia.
Oh, your best friend, Mr. Rod's in the chat.
Mr. Rod, how's your boy Brandon doing?
Let's go, Brandon.
He said it, not me.
Official Seahawks prods, YT says, hey guys, I'm back. Which tight end do we sign?
Dan Miller with another spot on the football. And the last one to catch up on, how did we say Trigger's name? Nitus?
Hold on. I'm gonna look
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. I just want to see the spelling of it.
I have the spelling. I just want to know how to say it right.
Nitsu Trigger.
Nitsu Trigger. All right. Now we are caught up.
See, you have it spelled two different ways. Where is he at? I hope he's in the chat today so we can get that right for sure.
All right. Nitsu Trigger's on the football. Oh! Another one coming in. $20 gets your name out of the football. And we'll give this away at the end of the month. Already, with the names catching up, got to add on. Seth!
K Aloha!
Get me on that football. Seth K Aloha, you don't have to tell me twice. Your name is getting added right now in real time.
Oh, it's Justin backwards. Justin Trigger. I see.
Justin Trigger. Seth K Aloha, there you are, right there, added to the football. $20 super chat. Your name can also be included on the football as well.
I see a lot of you. Sorry to interrupt, Tyler. I see a lot of you guys asking questions about the Seahawks free agency right now. You got to look down below to this lower third here. You got to use hashtag Seahawks. We're gonna run a mailbag here in the next couple of next hour or so. We are running a mailbag before this new league year starts. We're going to hit a mailbag and get your questions on the show.
We'll do the mailbag within this hour.
You got to use hashtag Seahawks in your question, though, because I like
hashtag Seahawks or Super Chat, either one.
I like Colin Clark's question. Hey, Smitty and Tyler, how do you feel about passing on Bobby and getting Devin White for a few years? Listen, that's a great question. Use hashtag Seahawks. We can get it up on screen for our VOD segment.
Proof that is a real football here, Smitty. I'll throw this to you.
All right.
Do not drop it and break the technology. That's a good football, isn't it?
It is a good football. It's firm. Maybe a little too inflated, perhaps. But hey, it's for show. It's
a good quality ball.
Absolutely, the leather. You guys peep this? It's good leather. That's good leather. That's good pigskin, baby. And then you see the. Let's get up close and personal here.
There's the names.
That's a sweet logo, and you guys can see the names.
That's our logo.
I know. It's a sweet logo. You see the names here?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So absolutely fire. Glad we could have this here. I need to start writing these names a little smaller here, Tyler.
Yeah, I can add to the brown potentially too.
This would be tougher to see.
Right.
So don't want to touch the logo too much, though.
Right.
Still got this panel. This is going to be a panel of, I guess that's what you call it, right? A quarter of the football.
Yeah.
Whatever. This is going to be a small name one right here. So you guys were going to get on it quick with these John Hancocks on the side of of the football here.
$20 gets you a spot on the football.
As I throw it back to Tyler here.
Here it is. Spike it. We're going to update the intro video here pretty soon to Seahawks Today in the near future. I think I get to spike a football in the intro video that you'll see. That's a tease for later. It's not this football, though. Mm-hmm. Another raffle ticket entry.
Troy S. What's going on,
Troy wants the knives. Troy, you will love those knives if you win them. $10 gets you a raffle ticket for those Seahawk knives.
I'm loving the questions that we're getting in right now. Shout out Hank Campbell. Shout out to Gorish Ram as well. You guys are getting some good questions in.
Yeah.
Colin Clark had another good question as well. I didn't catch all of it, but
Colin. I think we need to spam S here.
I think we do need to spam S. Let's get a little rowdy in the chat. The
we
chat's already popping.
We already got over 200 people watching. Good start to the day.
Chat's already popping.
But I know we can do better. Spam S in the chat right now. If you're a diehard Seahawk fan, I'm going to put a bunch of S's in the chat. Mm-hmm. We're going to put a minute on the clock. Smitty's going to shout out everybody that's spamming S in the chat. You'll be the early favorite to be the MVP of today's show. So without further ado, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Come on, hit those S's. I want to see him. I want to see him rolling. Who's that first? Doug Stevens, Rainwater Games? Come on, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Miles, Troy S.
Clock is on.
Rainwater Games, Doug Stevens, Smokey 208. Miles, Jalen Brower, Ricky Hernandez, Allen, Sean H. Shouts out to you guys, Seahawks prods, Tom Elmas. We got Lamasita, Sean H., Justin Trigger, Gorish Ram, The Cool Guy, Nick Ward, Garrett Page, Dashing Quinn, Jackson Jones, Justin Trigger, Sean H., Colin Clark. These guys are flying right now with the S's. Joseph Isaiah, Nathan Leach, Gorish Ram, George, Jake Ballard, my guy, Boy B, Sean H., Jalen Brower, Miles,
20
Morgan
seconds
Mandy.
left.
Keep it going.
Faster, faster. Fed strong.
Kid Fway, Sean H., Gorish Ram, Alicia Cross, Dennis Ward, Boya B, Hell Charged. Let's go. Keep it
10
going.
10 seconds.
Amit,
10
Alicia,
seconds.
Dennis,
Finish strong.
Colin, Kid, Ricky, Justin, Garrett, Anthony, Elena. Keep it going, guys. Garrett, Michael, Seth. I want to get my guy Seth Keloha in there. Joseph Isaiah, Alicia Cross, Panisa Del Toro, Jalen Brower, Manfred, Miles, Allen, Leo, Michael, and the Virginia Seahawk. Let's go.
I don't know who had the most. There were so many. Everybody did a great job.
Everybody was killing it. Everybody's killing it. What's the chat rate looking like right now? 405. You guys exploded the chat.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was 405 S's in a minute.
That's like a game day.
That is like a game day. And that's what you got to do. You got to make it feel like Lumen Field out here.
You guys are bringing it today. I love the energy right off the jump here on today's show. You guys certainly make it happen. We
Electric
appreciate
Factory.
it. Deal of the day, by the way.
Yeah,
I forgot to mention this.
We can hit that.
It's been a while since we've done this one. We're bringing it back for old time's sake. We want to feel like it's a game day, like it's Lumen Field. This one certainly helps out. The Seahawks sauce is back today.
Shosh.
And today only. Get sauced with the Seahawks sauce. If we reach $200 collectively as a group, we'll chug the Seahawks sauce. We'll get sauce with the Seahawks sauce. We are at $40 right now, so we're already off to a good start. So we need about $160 to get to the Seahawks sauce. So if you would like us to get sauce with the Seahawks sauce, then let's get the super chats rolling, get to 200, and get that Seahawks sauce out.
Let's do it.
That is the deal of the day today. All right, let's run through the notable free agents for your Seattle Seahawks. Here is who's available right now. Bobby Wagner, Evan Brown, Quandre Diggs, Mario Edwards, and Devin Bush. Let's start with these five, and then we'll go from there. Let's take a moment here. Smitty. Bobby, we were told the beginning of free agency seemed unlikely that he would return to the Seahawks, but with Jordan Brooks gone, Patrick Queen going elsewhere, maybe that was the case when free agency started, but I would think John's probably on the phone with Bobby now being like, Bobby, I may need one more year out of you after all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And who knows? His valuation doesn't seem like it's going to be as high as Bobby and his agent probably expected it to be. Just come back for the $7 million, man. We'll even give you $8 million. We'll even give you $8 million.
John, there's enough time to apologize. You can make this right. You can make this right. Others on that list, Evan Brown.
Hey,
potentially.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. Tripp's got Trip. We see that question. It's been asked 40 times now. Thank you.
We'll get to that in the mailbag. Stand by. Evan Brown. I don't know after today's signing if he will be back in Seattle or not. With the move today when the Seahawks
Nick Harris
brought in Nick Harris.
He plays center.
I don't know if that means Evan Brown's back.
Trip got Trip. Ask the question again. You're out of here.
I would guess that Evan Brown probably isn't back at the moment, but not for certain. Because you still have Olu there too.
Yeah, you got Olu there, and he was one of the best centers in college football 2 seasons ago. So you got to see what you have there with him. They said they were impressed in training camp, but Evan Brown ended up winning that job. Did Evan Brown really do that good of a job, though? I don't think so.
He did okay.
He did okay. It was just a little bit less than average.
Quandre Diggs, of the guys that got cut, I feel like he's the most likely to potentially come back on a cheaper deal.
Evan Brown?
No, Quandre Diggs.
Quandre Diggs.
The guys
they cut. I apologize. Yeah, he's absolutely the most. He's probably the most on-field ready of those guys. I mean, at least right now, it's only him between him and Jamal left, right? I mean, Disley's gone. He's a Charger, and yeah. So I think that Quandre Diggs, the more days that pass, the more likely it gets that Quandre Diggs returns to Seattle.
Mario Edwards still available on the market. He's a guy that I don't think anyone would mind potentially coming back as a rotational piece. I don't necessarily want him as a starter, though.
I don't need him as a starter. He was fine in spots last year, but just not a guy I'm looking to play every down for Seattle, and they weren't even looking for him to do that last season.
Devin Bush, for all that is holy, I really hope Devin Bush is not back.
Yeah, he better not be.
Going on, more on the list here. Phil Haynes, still available at this point. A lot of injury concerns with him. I don't think Phil Haynes is back.
Phil Haynes probably not back. I was honestly a little upset that they did let Damian Lewis go.
Damian got paid.
Damian got paid, though, and I don't think Seattle was willing to match that number. That's why he's in Carolina now, where they spent $150 million on guards.
Jamal Adams, obviously, he got cut.
Get out.
No way in hell he's coming back. Not under any circumstances. There any way Jamal Adams comes back. This is your chance to kind of
rid yourself.
Wash up, get the towel out and all that. Be done with Jamal. Leave him out. Jason Peters.
He's not coming back.
Not coming back. I don't even know if he plays in the NFL next year.
I don't think so.
Daryl Taylor is an RFA.
So we can match any deals thrown at him?
I could see either way.
Yeah, I could see either way as well. I don't think he's going to have a huge market. So.
I don't think many teams are putting out offers for Daryl Taylor.
If a team offers him $4.5 million, like I don't see any reason the Seahawks shouldn't pay that to him.
I mean, say what you want. I know Daryl Taylor's terrible in coverage and not a very good run stopper, but
don't put him in coverage. Like that was the defensive coordinator's fault for putting him in.
But he's still a very good pass rusher.
Yes, he absolutely can get to the quarterback.
John Radigan, he could go.
Show me a John Radigan highlight. I dare you.
Jake Curhan, not a bad story for a guy that was a UDFA a couple of years ago. Good backup and everything. But
spot starter this year. He did a decent job some weeks. Other weeks he was horrible.
I would be surprised if he's back.
Yeah. And then Mike Jackson.
And then there's old Mike Jackson. And that is kind of the million-dollar question because I feel like we ask about Mike Jackson almost every single year. We've seen him be a starter for this team. We've seen times where he couldn't even get a snap. I don't know. He's one I could see going either way too.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the issue with that is they re-signed Artie Burns. Like, why do they need to bring back Mike Jackson? That's what they're probably thinking in their head right now. But I think Mike Jackson's probably a better player than Artie Burns. So why didn't you just make that move first?
Great question. Let's catch up on the Seahawks moves, their signings. Let's go. Can we go to that listicle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's tell everybody what's going on so far at this point, folks. And then here we go. Here's what the Seahawks have done to this point. They started off with Tyler Lockett getting a 2-year, $34 million contract restructuring, lowering his cap hit from $27 million to $15 million to keep him on board as one of the top 3 receivers on this Seahawks roster. Smitty, this is a no-brainer for Seattle to keep Tyler Lockett.
100%.
To get that cap number down significantly here. He wants to be here. They want him here. This is an easy call.
Easy call. I mean, frees up. It's the best of both worlds scenario. Freed up a bunch of cap for Seattle and makes Tyler Lockett hopefully retiring a Seahawk.
Noah Fant, 2 years, $21 million. And the reports were after the Noah Fant deal were that this Seahawks coaching staff really likes Noah Fant, that they feel like he hasn't reached the ceiling of potential. And that's the story, Smitty, when we talk about Noah Fant is that the previous regime under Pete Carroll and Shane Waldron never emphasized the tight end position, never put Noah Fant in the best position to succeed. I would think that Ryan Grubb and Mike Macdonald are going to change up this offense as they run this air raid scheme Noah Fant is going to play a crucial role. I wouldn't be shocked, in all honesty, if his numbers double from what they were last year and what they have in mind with his role.
I hope he's got at least 700 yards in his bag because almost $11 million for a season of football, you better not have 400 yards and no touchdowns. It just can't happen. This kind of feels like an overpay to me the more I look at it.
Yeah.
He's the 12th highest paid tight end in football. I don't know if he's the 12th best tight end in football. Plus,
I think he's capable of being a top 10 tight end.
I think he is capable, but I don't think
But
he showed
capable
it.
is the word. Hasn't showed it.
He's played 5 seasons. He's 14 touchdowns. I mean, like, he was drafted as a first-round pick. Like, him and Hawkinson were Fant was low-key better than Hawkinson in college.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I think it's a little bit of an overpay. I think also tight ends 11 through 25, the margin of skill level and production is not that big to be giving Noah Fant $11 million a year, in my opinion.
Leonard Williams, 3 years, 64.5.
This is what we had to do.
The belief among many is that it was a bit of an overpay, but I don't think the Seahawks really had a choice here. You gave up a second-round pick and a fifth-round pick to pull off this trade, but you weren't doing it as a rental. You were doing it with the hopes that Leonard Williams would be around long-term. So I think the moment you made that trade, you committed to paying Leonard Williams whatever it takes to stay in town. And then you talk about Leonard Williams of his role. The Seattle Seahawks in 2023, in the second half of the year, the best player in that defense was Leonard Williams. He became a crucial part of this defense. And when we talk about the Seahawks' ability to stop the run and go after the quarterback, Leonard Williams doesn't really have a weakness. He does both well. I like having Leonard Williams around. Even if it was a bit of an overpay, I still rather do that than let him go elsewhere.
One thing I'll say is, listen, Christian Wilkins got $110 million, $27.5 million, I believe, per year in that deal. It's a 4-year deal. And it's one of those scenarios where, like, is the gap that massive where it's a $6 million per year difference? That's where I think, even though he paid market rate for Leonard Williams, it was still well worth it to bring him back to Seattle, especially after you gave up so much draft capital for him.
You get some haters in the chat. They're mad at you about your Noah Fant take.
What has Noah Fant shown you in his 5-year NFL career that it warrants him getting paid $11 million? I'll wait.
We'll talk Pharaoh Brown, then we'll get to Cook's Super Chat.
Yeah.
Let's talk Pharaoh Brown, then we'll get to Cook, and then we'll go back to the other two names.
Yes, sir.
Pharaoh Brown, 1 year, $3.2 million. One of the best blocking tight ends in football. Not much of a pass catcher. It's a return for him to the Pacific Northwest after playing his college ball with the University of Oregon. Cheap contract for a guy that will play a significant role. Fant, the pass catcher. Brown as your blocking tight end. And a whole lot cheaper than Parkinson or Disley here. I don't hate the signing for Pharaoh Brown at 1 year, $3.2 million.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be a great blocking tight end. He's the Colby Parkinson replacement here. And people forget, I know he ran I watched the highlight last night. He ran in a straight line, completely uncovered. But he's got a 58-yard touchdown on his career last year as a member of the Patriots. So he can get out in space and outrun defenders when needed. Not exactly a great route runner, but he's going to be a guy who's got really high run blocking grades when it's all said and done. And it's funny that we were talking about him being a run blocker right now. When I got MF Gary hating on me in the chat, saying plus he is a good run blocker in reference to Noah Fant. That has never in his career.
That's never been true.
Never been true. Never been true. And I don't even know if he's ever laid a block. So don't just lie and try to justify your team overpaying a player.
All right. Cook with a $5 super chat. We owe the old McDonald song and the DK song. We'll sing both here in just a second. Go get Isaiah Simmons. He would be a beast in this system. Isaiah Simmons, I've been a big fan of for a long time. Started his career, of course, with Clemson, went to the Cardinals, and then the Giants after that, but has never really played to his full potential.
He's a freak athletically, right?
He's a great athlete. The thing I would say with Isaiah Simmons is that I'm afraid that somebody is going to overpay for him. Mm-hmm. Like, he is the type that somebody is going to fall in love with that raw athleticism that he's going to be out of the Seahawks price range. If they can get him at a reasonable price, I'm all in. Let's go get Simmons. But I feel like somebody as we've seen done the last couple days in free agency, is going to step up and say, I'm going to fall in love with that freak athlete. I'm going to overpay for him.
I agree. I think he will get a decent deal, at least $5, $6, $7, $8 million. So maybe it's a prove-it deal, but I don't think Seattle wants to shell that money out to Isaiah Simmons this season. Old Macdonald song. Let's hit him.
Old Macdonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks, and then the DK song.
Yeah, we'll give it to Casey Reyes before as well, who donated 5.
Chompin', Seahawks chompin', Gino passes, no one stopping, DK, touchdowns all day, he rules. I thought Seahawks was a good alternative for our old friend Pete.
Yeah, our old friend.
Which song you guys like better, the DK song or the old McDonald song? I was thinking too, with our most recent, with our signing last night of Pharaoh Brown. Do you remember the old church song, Pharaoh, Pharaoh?
No.
That could be another song potential. Pharaoh Brown's got to have more of an impact, though, for us to actually sing a song for him.
I hope so.
But there is people in the chat, back me up on this. I even said it in my short yesterday. I said, it goes, Pharaoh, Pharaoh, let my people go. Yeah. I said in the short, Pharaoh, Pharaoh, whoa, let the Seahawks go.
Oh, boy.
So we got some potential there. Chat, back me up on this. You guys know that old church song about Pharaoh, right? I can't be the only one here that went to church on Sundays growing up.
Michael Fawcett, yes, we are. I'm ready to drink. Somebody sent it a 50 right now. I'm doing a beer shotgun.
Beer shotgun from Smitty with a $50 super chat. Make it happen.
Make it happen. Let's see if it comes back by the time we're done with talking about our friends.
At Prize Picks. And then we'll get to the other 2 signings here. Today's show is sponsored by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is a place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose 2 or more players on any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you are talking rebounds in basketball, goals in hockey, home runs in baseball, fantasy points in NASCAR. Got a little NBA Prize Picks for you. James Harden with a little Pi Day special. More than 3.14 points for the Clippers tomorrow. Meanwhile, we got Jalen Suggs to have more than 7.5 points, and then Jamal Murray to have less than 21.5 points. If all 3 of these hit, we put $20 down. We're making $100 on Prize Picks. Play along with us. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. Also going in the chat right now as well. Play along with us. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS. All right. Cook is back. Noah Cook with another $2 super chat. Why did we just let Brooks walk? Okay. So, Smitty, I have an idea on this.
Uh-huh.
I don't know for certain, but I have a feeling of how this went. Let me preface all this by saying pure speculation. My pure speculation here is that Mike Macdonald looked at the film and the numbers at Jordan Brooks and said, I don't want this guy. Because there's 2 ways of looking at Jordan Brooks. You can say, wow, this guy's a tackling machine and has been one of the top tacklers in the NFL the last couple of years. But then you can also look at it and say, wow, his PFF grades, they're ass.
They're not
the guy
good.
Can't cover. He can't get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
There's really 2 different worlds to view Jordan Brooks. And something tells me Mike Macdonald looked at the other view and not the Pete Carroll.
Now, while he is much better than this player that I'm about to discuss real quick, the disgrace of Seahawks football, that is Cody Barton.
Oh, God.
Tackles don't mean you're good. Getting 100 tackles doesn't mean you're good. It just means you're running backs and receivers are getting to the second level and you're making the play. It doesn't mean you're a good player. Just because Jordan Brooks had over 120 tackles, whatever it was, doesn't mean he's that good. Like, I saw a video yesterday from Theo Ash of the NFL, and I actually very much respect him. I think he's a smart guy. And he was listing his losers of free agency so far, and he talked about how the Seahawks are losers because they've lost 3 key coverage players on their defense in Jordan Brooks, Quandre Diggs, and Jamal Adams. I think only one guy fits that mold whatsoever. Jordan Brooks can't cover shit, and Jamal Adams couldn't cover me. So, I don't understand what his rationale there was.
Addition by subtraction?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that that Jordan Brooks is as valuable as you guys think to be a franchise middle linebacker. There's a reason he got only paid $10 million a year from the Dolphins.
Sorry, I had to clear my glasses. Got
All
blinded
good.
here. Anyways, the one thing I would say though with Jordan Brooks, like $10 million a year did seem reasonable. But as far as what he does, like eye is in the beauty of the beholder, and I don't think Mike Macdonald was much of a fan.
Agree.
Adam with another super chat. With the linebacker left, I think we should sign Devin White, Bobby Wagner, Diggs, or Tyler Simmons. Devin White, I would be fascinated about. Bobby Wagner, I'd like to see back. Diggs, I'm not opposed for the right price. I think he means Justin Simmons.
Yes.
The former Denver Bronco.
Yeah, if we're talking about coverage guys.
Justin Simmons would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Justin Simmons would be a lot of fun. I hope we can get him.
And then another $5 super chat. Riker.
Rainwater games. How many sacks did Cody Barton have, dog? Man, he stunk.
Cody Barton was ass.
He was horrible. I watched that guy play football every single week, and I was literally going to throw up.
Mr. Rod's got the right idea. Another super chat from Riker.
Yeah, and super chats get first priority. If you're going to ask a question in your super chat, that gets first priority on the mailbag.
Yes, and we'll do that mailbag coming up in just a few moments. Riker says, if Michael Penix Jr. is there at 16, do we take him? If not, who is your number one guy you want the Seahawks to draft? Brock Bowers is the number one guy I'd like to see Seattle draft. Him and Noah Fant, the tight end spot, that'd be awesome. It'd change the offense completely.
I agree.
And just because you got Noah Fant, that new deal, doesn't mean that should stop you from drafting a guy like Brock.
Listen, they had DK and Tyler Lockett last year, and they saw
as far as 16 goes with Penix, I think you can, if you want Penix, you can trade down. He should be available, I think, towards the end of the first round. You could get multiple picks out of it that way. That would be how I'd approach if I wanted Michael Penix. I'm not opposed to that. Kind of depends on how the board plays out, but we'll see.
One thing I'll say here is, like, there's a couple people defending Jamal Adams in the chat right now. He wasn't a good coverage safety on the Jets.
Are we really
either.
doing that?
What is this rose?
Folks,
Look, we watched
why?
this. We had this guy on the team for, 3 seasons, and he never played for one. And everybody shit on him the entire time he was on the roster. What's with the rose tinted glasses?
If you're going to defend Jamal Adams, I'm going to tell you this right now. You don't know ball.
Like, he stinks.
Back to the we got to pay these off again.
Yeah.
We'll do the old McDonald song and the DK song, and then we'll talk about our final 2 free agents before we go to the mailbag.
Let's hit it.
Old McDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks. Choppin', Seahawks choppin', Geno passes, no one stopping DK. Touchdowns all day, he rules. All right. The legend says let's go for Geno Stone. He is a Bengal now.
So I heard somebody also say Willie Gay Jr. could be
he is also off the market.
He's off the market.
He's a Saint.
Yeah, the Saints are getting gay.
All right. 2 other players to talk about here. So Nick Harris is interesting. Washington Husky fans very familiar with him. He played under Ryan Grubb there at the University of Washington. And this is somebody that has a little bit of flexibility. If you recall, remember our old friend Ethan Posick?
Yeah.
So here's a little story for you. Nick Harris, a couple years ago, was supposed to be the Browns starting center. He gets hurt, tears his ACL. Ethan takes over, and Ethan had a really good year that year in Cleveland, which shocked everybody. So Nick never got his full-time job back because of what they liked from Ethan Posick. And so they got creative a little bit, the Browns did. They used him as the backup center and their primary fullback. And he was one of, if not the best fullbacks in football. So I don't know what the Seahawks plan to do with Nick Harris, in all honesty. I don't know if he's going to be their starting center, if he's going to be the backup to Olu. Is he going to be the starting fullback? Whatever it is, though, at 1 year, 2.51, I like the idea of experimenting and just seeing what Seattle can do here, Smitty. I like the potential creativity the Seahawks have here with Nick Harris.
I don't hate it at all. I think he's a low risk, high reward guy who was about to start on a very good Cleveland Browns offensive line last year.
Even if he is just your fullback, let's say Olu's your starting center. I can live with that.
I agree.
I can live with that, totally. Artie Burns is back. let's be real with Artie Burns. I know this is his third straight season with the Seahawks. Artie Burns is only there until they find somebody better. I mean, it's just a depth piece at this point. I would expect him to be back in the practice squad in no time.
He'll be on and off the practice squad all year next year.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get to a mailbag here in just a second. Hashtag Seahawks or Super Chat to get on the mailbag. If you're ready to start the mailbag portion of the show, go ahead and like the video. We're at 155 likes right now. Let's get to 200 likes before we start this mailbag. And I'll take a big chug of my Miller when we get to 200 likes. So if you want us to get to this mailbag, get your questions answered, go ahead and like the video here. And let's do our part here. 156, got to get to 200 to start this mailbag here. 156, like it up. Like it up. The more likes we get, the bigger the audience grows as well. We're already up to 300 live viewers here on today's show. You guys have been lively and making it happen. A lot of fun so far. We're at 165 now. I need 35 more to get to 200 likes. 35 more to get to 200, then we'll get to this mailbag. I got all day. I can wait on y'all. But you need us to get us to 200 before we can start this mailbag. 165, I got 300 people watching. I'm not even asking for everybody to like the video at this point. I just need most of y'all to like the video to get us to 300. 169, very nice.
Got another $2 super chat rolling in from good old boy Noah Cook.
Keep liking the video while we catch up on this super chat. Noah Cook says, John needs to wake up and get us a linebacker. I think that's the next thing that they'll probably do. Linebacker and safety are the next priorities.
Agreed.
Noah, thanks for that super chat. We're at 177, 23 more away from 200 in the mailbag. Taker 610. Can we trade our 2 third-rounders and a future third for a late first or early second? I want 16 to be an inside linebacker pick. Too much talent there. Still need a quarterback. I think it's going to be very hard for Seattle to trade into the first round, Smitty.
Yeah. You're talking about trading into the first round again?
Yes, he's wanting an additional first round pick.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very tough to do that unless they give away a rotation player, which I don't think the Seahawks can afford to do right now with how many roster spots they have open.
Taker, we'll do the Old Macdonald song for you. Old Macdonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks. 5 more likes away from the start of the mailbag here. I'm at 195. I need to get to 200. I don't feel like I'm asking too much either. I just need 5 more. I didn't get to 200. I'll take a chug of this beer, and then we'll start the mailbag. Hashtag Seahawks or Super Chat.
I like that question, Beast Mode.
This is your last chance to be on screen for free today, by the way. After this mailbag segment, you got a Super Chat to get on the rest of today's show. 5 more likes. 4 more. Hold up those 4s. 4 more. And then we'll start the mailbag segment. I see Mr. Rod saying, so. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? 3 more. 3 more away, and then we'll get going here. Jordan Whitehead signed with the Bucs.
Yeah. He went back home.
Let's see. Catching up on a couple others, just seeing if I missed anything. Thomas Morstead back to the Jets.
Yep.
Okay. There we go. 200 likes.
Sean H. Young. Who's Young?
All right. I'll take a little chug here, and then we'll get started with mailbag time. Here we go. There we go. Nice cold beer. Okay. Perfect. All right. Without further ado, it's mailbag time here on Seahawks Today. Hashtag Seahawks or Super Chat to get on our mailbag portion of the show. Without further ado, segment number 1 here today. You're watching Seahawks Today, powered by Chat Sports. Tyler Jones here with you. Thanks for joining us. It is mailbag time, where we answer your questions, as this comes from our Wednesday live show, as free agency a couple days in at this point, and the Seahawks have made some interesting moves already, with Leonard Williams getting that new contract. Noah Fant is back. We'll talk about it all, answer your questions, get your reaction to NFL free agency so far, coming up in just a matter of moments. Before we do, though, folks, want to make sure not only that you're subscribed to the channel, but also that you're part of the Noti gang, that you have your notifications turned on. Because here's the deal. John Schneider has been messing with my sleep schedule this week. We've seen the Seahawks sign guys late in the night and early in the morning. And when that happens, we're bringing you videos here on the channel no matter what. No matter the time, the day, or night, we're bringing you content here on the channel. So turn on your noties. That way you are the first to know when Johnny makes a move and we make a video to break it down and I'll talk about it. Turn on your notifications, set to all so you never miss a moment. We'll get started with today's show. Adam writes in with a $5 super chat. With linebacker left, I think we should sign Devin White, Bobby Wagner, Diggs. I think he's referring to Justin Simmons there, not Tyler Simmons. Adam, very interesting points there as far as that goes. Devin White and Bobby, I think, is the combination, the linebacker combination you're looking at. I know we had the report earlier in the week that the Seahawks were not really interested in bringing back Bobby Wagner at this point in time, but hopefully that has changed the way the linebacker market goes. I think you need Bobby back for one more year. Devin White would be a nice fit as well. I think you're onto something there. Quandre Diggs, if he's willing to play for less money than his previous contract, I'm not opposed to it. He does need to perform better than he did last year after a down year. And then Justin Simmons would be fascinating as well, although I am a little concerned about his asking price at this point, if he's going to be out of the Seahawks price range or not. Thanks, Adam, for that super chat. Leo with a $20 super chat writes in, should we trade down to gain more draft capital and try to fill holes or just get best player available? It really depends on how the board shapes out. I mean, think about this, okay? Let's say we're the Seahawks pick at 16. If Brock Bowers from Georgia is available, I am taking him. That's it. He is our guy. He's coming to Seattle. If Dallas Turner is there, I am taking him. That's the pick. He's our guy. He's coming to Seattle. But if it's not one of those blue chip players that's at the top of the Seahawks draft board, if it doesn't shake out the way we want, then you potentially trade down, try to get more picks and fill holes. It all depends on how the board plays out potentially, and we won't know until the day of. We'll see, Leo. Brian Bosworth checking in. Good to see the Boz. Did the Seahawks overpay for Leonard Williams? Great question, and this has been a lively discussion all week long when it comes to Leonard Williams. The Seahawks did give him a lot of money, probably above his market value, if we're going to be honest. But even with that said, okay, let's be real for a second. When the Seahawks made the trade for Leonard Williams, giving up a second and a fifth-round pick, you committed right then and there to Leonard Williams long-term. There was no going back at that point. You didn't bring in Leonard Williams as a rental. It wasn't like San Francisco and Chase Young. You made that trade knowing full well that you were going to have to pay him and commit to him long-term. So when I look at it, well, it may have been high. The Seahawks had no choice but to get this done and to pay Leonard Williams. I'm okay with it. Did they overpay? Maybe technically yes, but I don't have a problem with it, if that makes sense. What do you guys think? Did the Seahawks overpay re-signing Leonard Williams? Why for yes and for no? Why in the comment section, let us know what you think. Today's show is sponsored by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose two or more players on any given category, and you get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking fantasy points in motorsports, maybe it's rebounds in basketball, maybe it's goals in hockey, home runs in baseball, all sorts of different categories to choose from. And we got my Rodriguez special today, as we're going with our guy Julio Rodriguez from your Seattle Mariners to have more than 168.5 hits this season, and Grayson Rodriguez from the Baltimore Orioles to have more than 180.5 strikeouts. Let's say I put $20 down and both these hit. That's going to turn into $60 on Prize Picks. Play along with me. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. Play along with us. Prize Picks today. The Smitty Committee returns. I've heard another name for the Smitty committee as well that I won't repeat, but you guys that have brains can figure that out. What will Noah Fant's role be in the offense? So it's interesting here. Let's go back in time in the hot tub time machine for a second, okay? And if you recall, Noah Fant in the prior regime in Seattle with Shane Waldron and Pete Carroll was kind of an afterthought. They weren't using him to his full potential of what he could have been, what he should have been. I think Noah Fant can be a top 10 tight end in this league, but he sure as hell wasn't going to get that chance to do so in that Shane Waldron offense. Ryan Grubb, it sounds like there's going to be more of an emphasis on the tight end position than there's ever been before. And you're paying him the money that you should use him at a high level. So with that said, I think that we could very well see Noah Fant double his numbers from a season ago. Had, what was it, about 450 yards last year? I think that could be 700 or 800 plus. He had no touchdowns. He better get the end zone, damn it. Noah Fant's going to play a significant role, and I think you're going to like what you see from Noah Fant in 2024. All right, time for a couple more questions. We'll get to those in just a second. But I want to ask you guys, what's your confidence level in Noah Fant? I got to tell you, I like Noah. I blame coaching, not Noah, for his lack thereof of performance this past season. What's your confidence level? I'm pretty high. I'll go 7 or 8 personally. I'll give it a professional score there. Give me your confidence level in the comments section 1 through 10. Let us know. Next question. Can we go get DJ Reader and a middle linebacker? Potentially speaking. DJ Reader I don't think is off the board yet. At the time of this recording, that's a possibility. Middle linebacker, you got to go get help at middle linebacker. The Seahawks are not going to be in a position to just rely on the draft when it comes to the middle linebacker. They are going to need more help in free agency, even if it means spending not a ton of money, but just enough. They'll need help there. Hank writes in, how do you guys feel about a double trade down from 16? Just like I said earlier, it all depends on how the board shakes out. If there's certain guys that are available that you can't say no to, then you can't say no to. You got to keep them around. So we'll just see how the board plays out. I'm not opposed to it, but let's see how the situation plays itself. G. Popular, who is someone that you would like these Seahawks to sign? Devin White certainly comes to mind. Justin Simmons comes to mind. As potential guys right off the jump. Trent Brown is the guy I've been talking about a lot. I would like to see him at the offensive tackle spot, move Abraham Lucas to the guard spot. I know the Seahawks have looked at Trent Brown the last couple of years, but those are kind of the names off the top of my head. We'll see what the Seahawks do. Beast Mode writes, with Dallas out, will we see more Kenny McIntosh? Absolutely. That's why the Seahawks didn't bring back DJ Dallas, is because Kenny McIntosh was there. Kenny McIntosh was injured for much of last year, and he is a brilliant pass catcher. You should see him in on third downs at times, too. I like Kenny McIntosh a whole lot. I expect him to be the new number 3 running back and to play a significant role in the Seahawks offense. You'll see more Kenny McIntosh here. I got time for another question or two here. Alan writes in with that just nasty-looking Golden State Warriors jersey. Jones, what would be your best route when it comes to fixing the safety room currently? Could we sign Justin Simmons, or do we address it at the draft? I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. Yeah, signing a guy like Justin Simmons could make a ton of sense for Seattle. But I think you got to start thinking about younger options, too. Building up guys for the future, getting your core for many years to come. Alan, I think it's a little bit of both, if we're going to be honest there. Who's a player the Seahawks should sign in free agency? Plenty more players still available out there here in the coming days. Who would you like to see the Seahawks add? Let us know in the comments section. Subscribe now to Seahawks Today for the latest happenings on your favorite team throughout the entire offseason, including right here in free agency. We'll see you next time. Thanks for joining us. All right. There's the free agency cut. It is so hot in the studio today. I think I got to take off my jacket. While I do that, Smitty, give the elevator pitch of why people should subscribe to Seahawks Today here, as we're getting closer and closer to 51,000 subs.
No doubt about it, my friend. Listen, We provide the most up-to-date, the quickest, the most in-depth Seattle Seahawks coverage on YouTube. There isn't a doubt about it. I don't have any doubts that we are the go-to spot for your Seattle Seahawks coverage on YouTube. Listen, it's daily news and rumors. It's mailbags like you just saw. We like to get our viewers involved. It's chat sports. We engage in the chat. That's what we like to do here. So we want to get your guys' input, and we want to react to it in a lot of scenarios. We have live shows every single week, just like this one. And for special occasions, I know back when we traded for Leonard Williams, we went live. When we fired Pete Carroll, or relieved him of his duties, I guess I should say, we went live. And then when a day like free agency begins, we go live. The draft, we go live. Like, we are here for all key dates of the NFL season, both in season and off, as well as during the NFL season, every single Sunday, we are doing a watch party, scoreboard, play-by-play analysis, hanging out with you guys, drinking, and more. We just do it all here at Seahawks Today. We want to provide you informative and entertaining content about your Seattle Seahawks, and we encourage you to subscribe on the way to 51,000 strong here at Seahawks Today.
And it's free.
It is free. 100% free. 100% free.
All right, I'm back in this I don't know why the studio is just smoking today. So I've changed to the polo now.
I'm wearing shorts, so I'm good in my hoodie.
The PGA Championship polo, Southern Hills, 2023.
Very nice. That's, you mean 2022?
Or 2022, yes.
Yes, who won? That was Justin Thomas.
Justin Thomas.
Yeah.
I followed him that day.
Oh, electric.
Yes. If you go back and watch that episode of, what's the Netflix show?
Full Swing.
Full Swing.
You're on it?
I am on that episode.
I was looking for myself on it at this year's PGA Championship up in Rochester. Could not see myself, but I have to go back.
You can
and look.
see me in that episode, actually, following JT around. Let's go back to Super Chat menu, shall we?
Absolutely. Joshua Fuller, nobody's reporting Justin Simmons to the Seahawks.
Yeah, calm down. It is just past 4 o'clock on the East Coast, 1 out west. Welcome into the beginning of a brand new hour of free agency frenzy here on Seattle Seahawks Today. Tyler Jones here with you. Tyler Smith in the house as well.
The new league year has begun.
A new league year is upon us.
Oh, I don't know why I had this one.
It is Happy New Year, if you will.
Yes.
For your Seattle Seahawks, as bygones be bygones, and now we charge forward ahead to begin this new era of Seahawks football under Mike Macdonald. Who's next? Who is joining Mike Macdonald and the Seattle Seahawks? If you want to get on today's show, here's your chance to do so. First-time Super Chatters, you get the Seahawks chant. $5 Super Chat will sing you the old Macdonald song or the DK song, whatever your choice. $10 Super Chat, raffle ticket for the Seahawk knives we'll give away at the end of the month. $20 Super Chat, you get your name added to the Seahawks Today Football Hall of Fame. And at the end of the month, we will ship this out and give this to our winner. $20 gets your name added. Still got plenty of room to add some more names to the football. $50 Super Chat will do a beer bong or a beer shotgun. Smitty said he's ready to go with the next beer bong that comes our way, waiting for that first $50 Super Chat to get here. So we'll see who's going to be the one to send us that first 50. And then when we get to 200 in Super Chats, collectively, we'll get out the Seahawks sauce. We'll get sauced with the Seahawks sauce. We're at $90 right now, so we're 110 away from down in a bowl of Seahawks sauce. Trips is asking, is there going to be another mailbag? No, Trips is complaining he didn't get on the mailbag. Trips, the only guarantee to get on the mailbag is if you Super Chat. From this path forward, if you want on the show, it is Super Chats only. No more mailbag.
Trips, all I'm going to say is, like, that question is very, you're asking about 5 different things in that question. Like, it's going to take 5 minutes up on the mailbag. Like, keep it concise.
Right. The only way you can get on the show now is by Super Chatting. $sign next to the chat box, and we will get you on screen with a Super Chat. Been there, I'm laughing at your comment. I bet you I could throw the football over the mountains.
Hey, listen, if you can, maybe you should play for the Seahawks next season.
Maybe so. We could use it. Napoleon Dynamite, great movie.
Yep.
I picture you, Smitty, as a big Napoleon Dynamite fan.
I got to see the whole thing.
You haven't seen the whole thing?
I haven't seen the whole thing front to back. I got to watch it.
Oh, man. All right. $5 super chat
$5 from Riker Rockstar.
Riker says Roger Rosengarten, the Washington Husky right tackle, should be a Seahawk because he played under Huff, the Seahawks' new O-line coach, and knows his scheme. By the way, he's my cousin. So we got my cousin advocating in the chat to bring Roger Rosengarten to the Washington Huskies, from the Washington Huskies to the Seahawks here.
It's kind of electric.
I'll be honest. I need to do some studying up on Roger Rosengarten, but Seahawks could use some O-line help and knows the scheme. That sounds intriguing.
Is he projected to be drafted right now? Listen, I'm not a draft guru, so I don't know about the late round guys. If you're not in the first round, I really don't know who you are. So, is Roger Rosengarten, your cousin, where is he projected to go right now?
I can tell you this: he is a real football player.
Good thing we didn't get got.
That's a good start. It looks like he's a sophomore. Is he draft eligible?
Probably not. Then
he might not be draft eligible.
Maybe he's nice. Maybe he's going to be a top 2-round guy next year.
Never mind. I see his scouting report. I'll read this to you.
Is he tough?
This is okay, Tex. Here's his Bleacher Report scouting report. Snaps out of his stance with the timing and foot quickness to beat the defender to the spot.
Yeah.
Fluid, rangy pass protector.
Yeah.
Who mixes up his sets and hands to keep rushers guessing.
Yeah.
Shows the recovery skills and balance to stay attached with his head out of the box at the top of QB's drop to solidify the pocket against his high side rushers.
Head on a swivel.
Closes space in a hurry on second-level climbs to intersect smaller targets. Sorts and handles basic line gains and stunts with precision.
I love that. This guy sounds like a Hall of Famer to me.
Here's the negatives.
Uh-oh, we didn't get to that part yet.
Lacks the sand and lower body strength to consistently hold the point of attack and anchor against power.
Get in the weight room. We're good.
Needs to learn to reel in his aggressiveness, risk-taking approach, and pass protection to prevent oversetting and quick, clean losses across his face.
You telling me the guy's a loose cannon? I love it.
There you go. So that is the scouting report.
I hope we get him next year, or is he this year?
He is eligible this year.
Let's go.
Roger Rosengarten out of the University of Washington.
Jamal Adams back here and
Jamal!
hanging out with us.
Jamal has not left us yet. Rank the Seahawks' new schedule. 1 through 10. Okay, hold on. Let me look up the Seahawks opponents here.
It's the opponents, not the schedule. Schedule's not out
yet. We don't have
yet.
the schedule yet.
That'll be right after the draft, about a week after the draft, right?
About a week after, yeah. Last year it took longer because they were waiting on Aaron Rodgers to go to the Jets.
They were. They wanted that. They wanted that primetime game against the Bills, and look how it worked out for them.
And that Chiefs game.
The Chiefs-Lions game?
Chiefs-Jets.
Oh yeah, they wanted to put that on primetime, which they did.
And they did.
And Zach Wilson almost beat the Chiefs.
And they kept it on primetime because Taylor Swift was in the building.
Yes, Taylor Swift.
That was actually a good game.
It was a good game. I was actually live at the Chiefs report, cheating on the Seahawks for that.
Here we go. Here's the Seahawks opponents. All right?
It's a tough schedule, I'm pretty sure.
I'm not going to rank them. I can tell you that right now because that would take too long. But here's what we're talking about.
Well, I think he's saying. Oh, it says rank the Seahawks. Oh, no, don't rank it. We should let's rate it 1 through 10 on how difficult we believe it is relative to this year.
Let's do that. All right. So here's your home opponents: Cardinals, Rams, Niners, as you all know. Packers, Vikings, Bills, Dolphins, Giants, and Broncos. The road opponents: Cardinals, Rams, Niners. Bears, Lions, Patriots, Jets, and Falcons.
We have to go play Kirk?
Man, that's actually not an easy schedule.
It's not. Who's the home teams again?
Besides Cardinals, Rams, Niners,
Yep.
Packers, Vikings, Bills, Dolphins, Giants, Broncos.
I mean, those first 4 names you said, very formidable opponents. The last 2, not so much.
Vikings beatable, Bills toss-up game, Dolphins toss-up game, Giants beatable, Broncos beatable.
Dolphins got to have one of the worst defenses in the NFL right now.
I thought they made some nice improvements yesterday.
Who'd they pick up yesterday? I gotta look here.
Dolphins.
Shaq Barrett.
I know Frank the Tank was pissed about that.
He was pissed about getting Shaq Barrett?
Yes.
Okay.
He said it was a waste of money.
Well, it might be washed. Who knows? Maybe Frank the Tank knows ball. Jordan Poyer, that's who they picked up
yes,
as well.
Jordan Poyer, yes.
But he's also getting there up in age.
So if I were to rate it in difficulty, I'd give it about an 8 out of 10.
Okay. I'd give it about a 7.
Okay.
You got to play Aaron Rodgers, potentially. You got to Kirk Cousins, potentially. Is Kirk going to be ready for week 1?
If Aaron Rodgers isn't running for vice president.
That's right. Forgot about that. He's going to be on the ticket with RFK.
Mr. Rod, I need to know. You're a political guy. What's your opinion on Aaron Rodgers running for vice president? Would you vote for the RFK Aaron Rodgers ticket? I know you got an opinion, Mr. Rod. Let me know.
Well, we're waiting for Mr. Rod's answer. Give us a thumbs up on the video. We know not everybody can super chat, so it's just an opportunity to help support the stream today. Hit that thumbs up icon. It helps get more Seattle Seahawks fans aware of this stream on their YouTube page. It's how the algorithm works. More likes, YouTube's going to give us more press. It just makes sense. A very one-to-one relationship there. Hit the thumbs up icon. Let's get to 250 likes here. Next couple of minutes.
I'll take another shot when we get to 250. We're about 27 away from reaching that mark.
Ben there says, I texted John Kitna and told him Smitty didn't know who he was. John said, who the F is Smitty? He said, exactly. Listen.
Do you take offense to that?
No. John, I wasn't in the NFL. Guess what? Still nobody knows John Kitna.
We have our answer from Mr. Rod. He said, Aaron is a chump, and hell no I wouldn't. He should stick with Ball.
Respect.
All right, Mr. Rod. Mr. Rod, keeping it real on Aaron Rodgers there. Let's see. Beast Mode says, how would you vote for them? He's looking at run for president. Or RFK Jr. with Aaron Rodgers as VP. That's how, if they showed up on a ballot. 230 likes, 20 more. 20 more.
What's up?
We're not doing anything until we get to 250 likes. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and pour it up right now. Beast Mode says, who would I vote for? That's a personal question. I will not say that publicly. If you listen to me in between the lines, though, you can figure it out. But if you can't figure that out on your own, that's on you.
I want to get a pulse in the chat. How do we feel about John Schneider and the Seahawks front office right now? Are you guys confident that we're going to build a formidable roster next year?
Mr. Rod says I would vote for Jesse the Body Ventura.
Oh, boy.
Former wrestling star.
Yes, that's right.
Ben there says John Kitna looks like the lead singer for the Smashing Pumpkins.
Oh, dear God.
I haven't heard the Smashing Pumpkins in a while.
I was going to say, Smashing Pumpkins, they fell off.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? 1 through 10, how confident are you guys in the Seattle Seahawks front office in making another decent move here over the next couple of days?
How you feel?
Scale it from you 1 through 10. Beast Mode says he's voting for Kanye. We don't need to go into the we don't need to go in the presidential election right now.
We're talking
about Seahawks football here.
Yeah, let's go back to football here. Confidence level in the Seahawks front office.
I'm at about a 6 right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. See, so here's a little thing, and I was planning to talk about this later, but I'll go ahead and bring it up now, Smitty. Is that John Schneider, historically speaking, usually waits when it comes to free agency, waits till the second wave to find some discounts, some guys that their price tag has gone down. Now, what we're seeing is that free agency doesn't work like it used to. It moves much quicker now. And I think John Schneider is kind of playing catch-up of sorts. He got a little bit behind with the coaching search and all that and putting the staff together, and free agency, I think, caught him off guard a little bit. I think that's what we're seeing is that John Schneider wasn't quite ready to get this thing rolling. Now they're all in trying to catch up, play from behind from everybody else.
Yeah, they're behind the 8 ball. I mean, there were guys listen, you can argue that a lot of guys were overpaid on day one, but they're still off the market, are they not? They're not available for you to go out there and get any more. Listen, as far as my confidence level in the Seahawks front office goes, ask me again when we get to the draft, because that's where John Schneider lays his nuts on the table and absolutely balls out in front of 31 other GMs. I will say he's a demon in the draft room.
He loves the draft.
Free agency is not his strong suit. If he didn't bring back Leonard Williams, I'd be at about a 1 to -1 right now.
That's well said.
That's think about it. I don't love the Noah Fant deal. Nick Harris, Pharaoh. I actually like the Pharaoh Brown. My favorite signing.
Yeah.
Nick Harris is like you never even know. Who knows?
We don't even know what he's going to do.
We don't know what he's going to do. So that is an absolute question mark. And then Artie Burns stinks. He's terrible. Garbage. So I don't know, man. Maybe I should be lower than a 6. Like what they've shown me so far is about a 4. Do I have confidence in the rest of their free agency? About a 6.
I'll go 7. Feel a little kinder.
Yeah.
But
well, we all know.
I need to see. I need a splash.
The chat
Give me
knows.
some juice.
The chat knows I'm a notorious hater apparently because I'm critical of my football team. My bad.
Eric Armstead officially released.
Good. Come to Seattle.
Ooh. Well, that'd be something.
Yeah.
Got
a first-time super chatter coming in.
Yes. Lovely.
Daniel Watson, who's a first-time super chatter for Daniel. C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks. Let's go. Damn Daniel.
Damn Daniel.
Spam Daniel in the chat.
Back at it again with the super chat.
Daniel, much love to you. Spam Daniel in the chat. Show some love to Daniel, first time super chatter.
See, Darrell Moore knows what's going on. He's literally, y'all should have me on the show. Me and Smitty could rage about the Seahawks BS signings. Like, listen, like they're just mediocre at best. Mediocre. Leonard Williams.
Daniel
is good
writes
signing.
with a $5 super chat.
I'll show this.
Trade down with Eagles to 22nd and get a second round and get an O-line and get pennants in the second. Daniel, it's an interesting idea. I don't hate it, but it all depends on who's still available when the Seahawks pick at 16. It's going to be one of those situations. Like I almost hate answering this question because people are like, how do you feel about trading down? It all depends on the board. I don't know what the board looks like until we get to that moment. I'm not opposed to it, but it depends on who's at the board at 16. It's totally situational for me, Smitty.
Absolutely, totally situational for me. I mean, Brock Bowers is there. I'm taking
He's a Seahawk.
He's a Seahawk.
Dallas Turner, he's a Seahawk.
Jared Verse, Seahawk.
Seahawk.
Like, aside from those 3 guys, I probably wouldn't be opposed to trading down in the draft. I think this team has a lot more holes that need to be filled than people think. And I agree with Sean H. saying we do need a second round. We need a second rounder. Like, there's just too big of a gap between 16 and wherever the Seahawks pick next, about 70, 78 maybe.
78, yeah.
Yeah, 78. Like that's a huge gap. 62 players. It's a big gap in floor-level talent that the Seahawks are going to have to go from first round to third round with. So I wouldn't be opposed, but if a blue-chip player is there, like a Bowers, a Verse, or a Dallas Turner, I'm in.
Daniel, we'll do the DK song this time.
Why not?
Chop it,
Gino.
Gina. Oh, my bad. Try again. False start.
Chop it,
Seahawks chop it. Gino passes, no one stopping. DK. Touchdowns all day. He rules.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. Damn, Daniel.
Back to the well.
Much
Name a
appreciated.
player you want the Seahawks to sign in free agency.
After this, let's go over top 25 free agents.
Absolutely.
Who's
You
the
know
player?
what? Why don't we do that right now? Get your early
Get your
answers
early
in. If you
answers
really
in
feel
now.
Strongly. If you really feel strongly about a guy, get your early answers in now. But we're gonna run through the top 25 available free agents because I made a list yesterday and none of these guys have been signed yet. Probably because a lot of them have too big of price tags.
Yes.
Let's find them.
Kirsty wants Johnny Manziel. Oh, yikes.
Johnny Football I would sign him today.
So here are the top 25 free agents available. And then once we're done, let us know which one you'd like the Seahawks to sign. And is this your ranking, Smitty?
This was a
or
collection.
Is this the Chat Sports composite?
This was a Tyler Smith, Matthew Peterson back corner desk rankings.
Okay, here's what we got left on the board. Calvin Ridley, wide receiver from the Jags. Sounds like, Smitty, that's between the Jags or New England. He wants to go back to Jacksonville, but they need to put up a competitive offer that's in range of what New England's willing to pay.
Yeah. I think they need to cough up some more cash for Calvin Ridley. And he was solid last year.
Meanwhile, Kendall Fuller.
Which I would love to see Seahawks go and get.
Kendall Fuller started his career with Washington, then got traded in the Alex Smith deal to Kansas City. Won a Super Bowl with the Chiefs. Back in Washington the last few years. He's had a solid career at this point, and if you need an outside corner, and Seattle does, Kendall Fuller's not a bad option.
Absolutely. Tyron Smith up next. I don't know if the Seahawks would go for him.
No, he's going to be out of their price range.
Chase Young going to be out of the price range as well.
Chase Young, yeah. Eric Armstead probably so as well, although Eric Armstead's a hell of a football player. Then we find Justin Simmons at the free safety position. This is somebody that we've talked a lot about with the Seahawks the last couple of days. Justin Simmons, a guy that I don't feel like has reached his full potential yet, that you get him to Seattle, play him alongside Julian Love here, all of a sudden you'd be looking at the Seahawks having a dynamic safety duo there.
I agree. I mean, I think he's a guy that Seattle is going to be willing to throw $9-10 million at of their remaining $16.5 million in cap space. I think it's a guy who's can make serious plays in a Seahawks safety room that absolutely needs a playmaker.
Marquise Brown of the Arizona Cardinals is out there. Seahawks are not going to be paying receiver help. DJ Reader, defensive tackle for Cincinnati.
Wouldn't mind it.
Wouldn't mind it, but with what they
much.
paid for Leonard Williams, he might be out of their price range. Jonah Williams, good football player, but same kind of deal, a little bit too high. And then we finally find somebody. Jadeveon Clowney,
this guy.
edge rusher, Baltimore, thrived in Mike Macdonald's system. And I think that's an important thing, Smitty, is that when you look at Jadeveon Clowney, he was with Cleveland a couple of years ago and was kind of phased out. He got benched from Cleveland's defense.
Yeah.
Goes to Baltimore, has 9+ sacks last year as a rotational edge there in Mike Macdonald's scheme. So obviously he's a good fit for what Mike Macdonald wants to do. I know some Seahawks fans don't like Clowney from the last time he was here, but he would be asked to do something totally different from what he was here the last time around. He's going to cost maybe $7 or $8 million. I'd love to have Clowney.
He elevated his game as a pass rusher. I mean, when he was in Seattle, he was known as more of a run stopper, right? And Seahawks fans were upset because he couldn't get to the quarterback as much. Mike Macdonald put him in situations to do so last year. Why not reunite back in Seattle?
All right, got more names to get to. Cameron Curl, safety for the Washington Commanders.
Wouldn't mind this either.
That could be a decent signing.
Mm-hmm. He's young. He's a guy who's he's had a couple of good seasons. He's kind of on the uptick, and probably won't cost you as much as Justin Simmons.
Now we're starting to get to more Seahawk players. Kevin Zeitler, offensive guard for the Baltimore Ravens. Decent football player, very good run blocker. Seahawks have a need at the offensive guard spot, and Zeitler, I'll be interested. Did the offensive guard market slow down enough? Because the guards were getting paid a boatload of money a couple days ago. Is his asking price within the range of the Seahawks at this point? Because if it is, I'd be intrigued.
I would very much appreciate that because the interior offensive line has yet to be addressed. Obviously, you get Nick Harris, but who knows if he'll even be a chance at a starter this upcoming season. Kevin Zeitler would slot right in at the left or right guard.
Trent Brown, offensive tackle from the New England Patriots. The idea I threw out a couple weeks ago that I have put out that I'm consistent with, Smitty, is sign Trent Brown, who the Seahawks have looked at for 2 years. Put him at right tackle, move Abe Lucas to guard. What do you think about bringing Trent Brown in?
With the issues to Abe Lucas's knee, getting out in pass protection could potentially be an issue for him as far as the lateral movement that he's going to have to endure. Move him to the inside, a little less stress on the lower body, and I think Trent Brown could slot in right there at his spot. Stephon
Gilmore of the Dallas Cowboys, he could potentially be playing for his 5th team in the last 5 seasons for a guy that's been very good.
He's been good everywhere he's gone. He keeps signing these 1-year, $10 million prove-it deals. He keeps proving it, but he keeps getting older as well.
Devin White, the Seahawks need help at inside linebacker. Devin White, he's been to Pro Bowls. He's won a Super Bowl. This is a guy that's been there, done that. If you're looking for a veteran presence, Devin White could not only fill a need, but also be what the Seahawks are looking for.
I think so. It seems like his coverage has certainly dwindled over the past year or so, but it was really only last season that people kind of started to turn on Devin White. I wonder if he could have a resurgence elsewhere.
Meanwhile, offensive lineman Andreas Pete for the New Orleans Saints is available. I would be surprised on that one.
I'd be surprised on that one as well. He plays a little bit more tackle than he does guard.
Laken Tomlinson from the Jets, same thing. I'd be a little surprised on that too.
Yeah. Julian Blackmon, I could see.
Julian Blackmon's intriguing. Safety from the Indianapolis Colts, coming off a very good season last year there with Indy. That one I think could be intriguing at a discount of sorts.
I think so as well. He's not going to cost you as much as Cameron Curl or potentially Justin Simmons. So I think younger guy. I think he can make an impact.
And then Mekhi Becton, offensive line for the Jets. That's probably a no.
We have too many injury concerns on the offensive line to be dealing with Mekhi Becton.
He's had a lot of injury issues, yeah. Xavier Howard of the Miami Dolphins at the corner position. A lot of upside, but a lot of inconsistency.
I bet you he signs a Stephon Gilmore-esque deal, like a 1 year, $8 or $9 million.
Then the final five. Connor Williams. If folks were watching Dolphins today within the last couple of years, then you would have known all about Connor Williams from our old friend Will Scott. And the complaint that I remember, and Will was spot on about this, Connor Williams. Remember, they moved him from guard to center in Miami, and his blocking numbers, some of the best blocking numbers in the entire NFL, but not great when it came to snapping, which last time I checked, Smitty, is an important part of that job.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't snap it to 5'8", Tua Tagovailoa, I don't know how you can be a successful center in this league.
He can play guard. That's fine.
Yeah, move him over.
But I don't know about center.
Sheldon Rankins intrigues me as maybe not potentially like an every down starter, but like a guy who could absolutely plug up the run in the middle.
Curtis Samuel not coming.
Nope.
Jerome Baker, that could be one of your last options at the linebacker spot if it gets dry.
Is he even an inside linebacker? I believe he plays more on the outside. No, I could be wrong on that, but I don't know.
And then Steven Nelson from Houston at the corner spot. I think he's probably going back to Houston, actually.
I think so as well. He made a nice push for them in that playoff run.
All right, so those are the top free agents available. We do have a super chat to get to in just a moment, but first, name a player the Seahawks should sign in NFL free agency. Checking in on the chat right now. A lot of people saying Clowney. I see Armstead, Cam Curl, Simmons, Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, Money
Trent
Manziel.
Brown. Devin White. Who do you guys want to see? Trent Brown, Devin White. Get your names in. We've gone through the top 25 list. Who do you want the Seahawks to get? Keep your eyes on that. Let us know. Smitty, I did turn on the Big East tournament for you.
I know. I also have the Big 12 tournament on over here. And
keep me updated on that. What are we looking at right now?
TCU up big at the half. They actually hit a three-quarters court shot at the buzzer.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was nuts. It went off the backboard and spun around the rim a bunch of times. It went in. Nuts.
My Jayhawks are an underdog tonight against Cincinnati. They're not playing McCullough or Dixon. They're letting those guys rest.
Definitely a ballsy move there. Bold move, Cotton. Cincinnati's hot, and they could make a real push at the Jayhawks tonight. They're favored in that game.
Yeah. Caden, with $5 super chat, says, with our comp picks we've received from free agency, where does that put us at the number of draft picks? So, actually, Caden, I hate to break this to you, but after Drew Lock left and some of the others, the Seahawks have now matched their number of free agency signings with the guys that left for comp picks. So the Seahawks currently have no comp picks at the moment. So there's nothing that can do. And comp picks apply to next year's draft. So, Caden, I hate to break that to you, but that's the case right now. No comp picks at the moment.
Unfortunately not.
Tyler, next time you're in Tulsa, hit me up, brother. Caden, absolutely. Love T-Town. Always love when I get back home and see the family and the friends. Such a special place. And, Caden, let me know anytime, my guy. Thanks for checking in with that $5 super chat. Chopping, Gino, Seahawks chopping. Gino passes, no one stopping. DK. Touchdowns all day. He rules.
Make sure you guys give Tyler a follow on X. Tyler, why don't you throw your Twitter there in the chat?
I'll throw it in here. At Tyler Jones Live. You can find me there. I'm putting the link in the chat right now. Let's see how many followers I can gain today. The first 10 people that follow me on X
are getting a shout out.
You'll get a shout out and a follow back as well.
Ooh.
Because I'm feeling generous today.
Ooh.
So it's a race. Let's see who can be the first 10 to do so. And I will follow you and follow you back.
Let's see if Tyler gains any followers in the time that we can talk about our friends here in just a moment.
Yes. And then we'll put Smitty's in after this. But I will give shout-outs, and I'll follow back the first 10 people. Link is in the chat right now. But let me tell you about Prize Picks in the meantime. Today's show is sponsored by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. You choose 2 or more players on any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking fantasy points, maybe it's rebounds, goals, home runs, all sorts of different categories to choose from. And here's what we're looking at on Prize Picks, folks, with our little baseball Prize Picks action that we got for you here. Or NBA, rather. James Harden to have more than 3.14 points. It's a special they got for Pi Day.
Which, a little interesting considering they chose James Harden for that.
Yeah, that's a bit of a head-scratcher. But, hey, we'll take the points anyway. 3.14. Can he get more than that? We believe he can. Jalen Suggs to have more than 7.5 points. And Jamal Murray to have less than 21.5 points. You can play along with us. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Play along with us today.
All right.
All right. I got some more followers here checking in. Let's see. Got Justin, Pepaloni, Dustin, Josh, Austin, McKee, Rob, just to name a few. Let's keep it going here. Let's see if I can gain some more subscribers in
Love
the
to see
chat.
it.
At Tyler Jones Live, you can find me, putting the link in the chat. I gained about 5 or 6. So the next 4, here's your chance for me to follow you back. And show some love there. Reflect the Sun, it has been a while since I've seen you in the chat. Welcome back, Reflect the Sun. Where you been? Reflect the Sun? Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on live free agency coverage.
While
here.
you guys are giving Tyler a follow on X, I got a question for you
DVG, thanks
guys.
for the follow.
Got a question for you guys.
Okay.
Should the Seahawks bring back Bobby? At this point, with 0 inside linebackers on the roster, what do you guys think? Should the Seahawks bring back Bobby Wagner? Type S for sign, P for pass.
I don't think they have a choice. I think they have to bring him back.
At this point, he seems like the best, middle linebacker on the market. I know we didn't have him in our little top 25 free agents, but I would have had him on there had it been my list and my list only.
Ashley, thanks for the follow there. I think you got to bring Bobby back.
No doubt about it.
Our poll question right now, will they? 65% of you say yes, 35% say no. S for sign, P for pass. Should they? What do you guys think? 1 year, $7 million, I can live with.
I can live with it too. I mean, I think he outperformed that last year. But listen, another year under his belt, that's age adding up for Bobby Wagner. He still plays at a high level, but he's definitely losing his step in coverage. Still a tackling machine and a good run stuffer up the middle. But Seahawks going to look probably for some better coverage linebackers. I don't know how many are still on the market, but Bobby is definitely has lost a step. You can't argue about that.
Julian, Michael, Kyle, thanks for the follows there on X. And
I just think
you guys got the follow backs.
Even though he's kind of lost a step in coverage, I just think for the veteran presence and locker room alone, I think we need Bobby Wagner on this team.
I think so. Smitty, why don't you put your Twitter account there, and let's see how many followers you can gain here.
Why not? First 5, I am following back, no doubt about it. So I'm gonna make it a little bit of a competition. If I get a bunch of followers in a short amount of time, I'll follow everybody back. But the first 5, come on.
Follow Smitty.
I'm going to fix this.
His X handle, by the way, is Tyler J. Smith with an extra H. What the hell's with the extra H?
Do you understand what it's like living with this last name? You should.
I do understand. Tyler Jones. Jones is a more common name than Smith.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my! What a egregious take. Smith's the most commonly used name on earth.
Jones is.
It's not even close. It is. Not even remotely close.
Yes, it is.
I'm
Jones
look
is
it
the
up.
most common name on earth.
Absolutely not. No, there's no chance. There is
it
zero
is.
chance. Most common last names. We'll go United States because it's English. There's different variations.
I speak American.
Oh my goodness. All right. Most common last names in the United States. Top 100 here. Hopefully he shows me one first. Smith. It's not even close. Jones is fifth.
No.
Jones is fifth.
No.
We got a million more Smiths than you.
No.
A million more. Johnson, Williams, and Brown. 3 more common than Jones, and Smith alone at the top. 500,000 above the next one.
Tyler Smith has to be one of the whitest names you can have.
It is up there. It is definitely up there.
I'm surprised you didn't have a 12 for the 12s in your username.
Yeah. Listen, I tweet about a lot. I tweet about a lot of hoops. My alma mater, St. Bonaventure, gets a lot of runtime on my Twitter.
You didn't put your link in the chat yet.
Oh, I didn't put my link in the chat yet.
That's
oh my
how
goodness.
that's how they got to find you first.
Yes, that's right.
Also, for reference, Wang, I looked up 100 million Wang. 50x Smith.
Yes.
50 times Smith.
Yes. There's also variations of Smith in other languages, like I believe it's either she or shin for Chinese. Patel is a variation of Smith in India.
Okay.
So very, very common across the globe, just different variations. Let me see here. Let me put my link in the chat.
Follow Smitty. His name's Tyler, too.
It is. I know. Isn't that crazy, folks?
Tyler J. Smith with an extra H.
With an extra H because my name is
That's
so
terrible
common.
branding.
I'm not putting an underscore on my name. I won't do it. No underscores.
That is terrible branding on your part. Somebody.
Seahawks bring back Mike Jackson. Is that what we're getting from DJW here? I haven't seen anything. Oh, shout out Peter, and shout out to Spods S. Both of you guys getting the follow back. Oh, we had some more.
The Seahawks made a tender offer to Mike Jackson and John Radigan.
Oh wow, look at all
So
this.
no movement yet, just a tender offer.
Look at all this.
You getting some follows?
Got a couple of follows. Justin Reeder, shout out to you. Here we go. Ashley, shout out to Ashley. You're getting a follow back as well. Charles Gallus, you're getting a follow. You guys are electric. Dustin Hart, you're getting a follow. Pepaloni, you're getting a follow. I'm honestly kind of confirming this based on if it's followed by Tyler Jones or not. Doug Stevens, you're getting a follow. Let's go. He tweeted out earlier about the Nick Harris signing. Kyle45 at FrostStrikeYT. Thank you very much. You're getting a follow back as well. And little Aaron Lloyd Jr. You're getting a follow as well, my friend. Go Hawks.
Reflect the Sun saying you could have made yours Tyler J. Smitty. That's available.
Yeah, so back in college when I rebranded, I used to be way back when I was Tyler Smith Hoops.
Okay. And then you became a football guy.
And then I became a dual sport athlete, and I decided to go with just the name. The extra H,
That's terrible branding.
It is, but unfortunately, it is the way it goes. I'm not putting an underscore in the name. That's completely unprofessional.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Tyler J. Smith H.
Well, J is my middle initial. Listen, I couldn't even go Tyler Smith with 2 H's. I had to put my middle initial in there as well.
Oh.
Cash says Bobby needs to retire a Seahawk, period. Listen, no doubt about it, my friend.
See, Tyler Jones live, that's original.
Yes, but I'm not live that often. Shout out to all the Twitter followers I'm getting as well. Isaac.
You getting a good amount?
I'm getting a good amount. Anime Slayer, which is crazy. And then I forgot to shout out Julian before as well. Shout out to all of you guys.
Julian Love following you?
Hit me up. Four more followers on Twitter/X until I hit 1,400. So 4 more. I'd love if you guys could be along with me.
Let's
and
make that happen right now.
Follow my crazy tweets about the Seahawks and about college basketball.
You get animated at times.
I do get animated from time to time.
Let's go to the Super Chat menu.
Why not let it fly?
We are at $105 right now. If we get to 200, the Seahawks sauce is coming out.
Hell yeah.
$50 to do a beer bong.
$50 super chat. I'm ripping a beer shotgun like it's no tomorrow. It might be quicker than Xavier Worthy's 40 time.
You hear that? You hear that, folks? Is that tempting? Reflect the Sun. It's been a while. Are you tempted? Are you tempted at buying a $50 super chat for a beer bong from Smitty? $20 super chat, you get your name added to the Seahawks Football Hall of Fame. $10 super chat gets you a raffle ticket for our Seahawk knives set that we'll give away at the end of the month. $5 super chat will sing the old McDonald song or the DK song, whatever you choose. First-time super chatters, you get the Seahawks chant. If you want on today's show, it's the only way you can do so is by sending us a super chat. $sign next to the chat box if you would like to contribute. And less than 100 away from the Seahawks sauce coming out.
Ben there is on my ass today. Says Smitty was a dual sport athlete, ? Jockstrap flinging and Dungeons and Dragons? That's a ridiculous call. That was wild. Appreciate you, my guy, Ben there, but no, I was not a jockstrap flinging and Dungeons and Dragons guy. I was a football and basketball guy.
I could see you as a Dungeons and Dragons guy.
Listen, I love a good fantasy story and all that jazz, but Dungeons and Dragons is a lot of work. A lot going on.
Oh, Reflect the Sun. Add into the football. A couple
Okay.
super chats we'll catch you up on here.
Listen, if we get to $200, screw it. I'll do the beer shotgun anyway, but the 50 will get it done even quicker.
That's your choice. Either get to 200 and we get the Seahawks sauce and the beer bong, or send in a 50 and we get to the beer bong.
Shout out Casey Reyes with the $2 super
Casey,
chat.
do you think there's a plan or the Seahawks regrets? I do think there is a plan. I just don't think things are necessarily going according to plan.
Agreed. I think some of the guys that they thought might still be on the market are gone, and they're kind of playing catch-up now with a couple of mediocre signings.
Reflect the Sun with a $20 super chat.
That's a beer bong for
Welcome
you.
back, Reflect the Sun. Not a beer bong. It's a name on the
that's
football.
name on the football. Name on the football. My bad.
Reflect the Sun?
I forgot our own stuff.
Come on, Smitty. We got to talk about branding with Smitty. It needs some work. Did you take a marketing class in college?
I took a few.
Did you pass?
Yes.
I'm
Flying
starting
colors.
to wonder if that was the case.
Flying colors. Listen, I have a very uncommon last name. Not putting any numbers in it. Numbers is unprofessional. I don't care what anybody says. Putting a number, if you're a professional in the media space, putting numbers in.
Reflect the Sun. There you are on the football, my friend.
I'm not saying that
Cheers to you, Reflect the Sun.
You can't put a number in your Twitter username. But if you are a
Here you go, Smitty. Look at Reflect the Sun's name.
Oh yeah. Reflect the Sun. Bang.
Bang. Other
Right
way.
there, my friend. Oh, is it the other way? I'll 2K myself so I can actually see it.
Yes. Butler beating Xavier right now, 26-26.
Oh, nobody's beating anybody then.
Oh, 26-26. Wow, that's brutal.
That's
brutal.
Reflect the Sun. There you are, my friend.
We reached 250 likes, so I'll take a shot here.
And we got a little special occasion here.
Oh, yeah?
It's the first time Super Chatter. Even if it's $1, we still hit it for you. For Justin C.
Hawks!
C.
Hawks!
C.
Hawks, let's go!
Gino drops back. Right in the breadbasket.
Touchdowns all day. He rules. Okay. Oh.
Oh,
People
Michael Foster, you got skipped? My bad. I thought we already hit you.
Michael, don't worry.
Here we go.
There we go.
$5 super chat.
Thank you, Michael. How many seasons does Schneider get if he can't hang without Pete and ruins our organization? I mean, I think it's a 2-year job right now.
Yeah, you can't. Mike Macdonald, trust me, Mike Macdonald ain't out of here after a one season of bad.
Schneider and McDonald each have 2 years to get this team right.
One thing I'll say is the defense will play above expectations, even if we don't have the best roster.
They can't be worse than what they were last year.
They can't. It's impossible. Doug Stevens, is that a fact? Per Condata? Bob Condata dropping a scoop?
What's Bobby saying?
Bobby,
Seahawks extended Daryl Taylor.
Oh, boy.
That's a cut.
That is a cut.
Can you message production on that?
Yep.
Tell them that we'll need copy and thumbnail. Actually, hold on 1 second before you do that. we can add him to this grade segment.
Sure.
So but
do you want to do the grade segment as an extending Daryl Taylor?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do it that way. So
we'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Sorry, folks, we're trying to game plan with our production team accordingly here. So stand by. So yes, Daryl, tell them that the title is in our live doc. We just need them to fill out the gaps and get the thumbnail.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I have in this live doc we're in. I have a title there. I'll add Daryl Taylor's name to it.
Okay.
They just need to get in our live doc and put the copy in. And push out, obviously they'll need to do a cut here.
Let's see.
Stand by, folks. Give us 1 second. We're working with our team here with Daryl Taylor. We wanted something to happen during the live show. And it did.
Let me just look.
Okay,
I want to see. Yeah, we don't have any numbers yet, so details TBA.
So we'll wait on this before we start recording this. We'll see if we can get some numbers in first. But yes, all right, I got the title in there. So we just need them to fill out the copy, get the highlight cut, and the thumbnail.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for being patient with us, folks. For communicating with our production team so we can get this Seahawks video out on the channel here in just a bit. Also, I'll get a short on this too. I'll add highlight cut to your message.
Yep.
All right. Thank you all. Thanks for your patience. Just working accordingly with our team. Casey says, y'all hiring? Actually, we are. Go to chatsports.com, click jobs. There's a couple of different openings there. Let's see. Now let me adjust the script here. I'm just going to add a Daryl Taylor player L3 to the script. Everything else stay the same. Stand by, folks.
What do you want on the thumbnail with Daryl Taylor and John Schneider?
Daryl, well, we got John Schneider on earlier. So maybe Mike Macdonald.
Okay.
Justin Reader, we do pay for our job openings that are available here. Daryl Taylor, Nick Harris, Artie Burns, Pharaoh Brown, and grades. Day 3 of free agency. All right. Perfect. Thanks for that.
I just hope it's in here.
Let's see. Do we have details in the contract yet? See, folks, this is what you've been waiting on. All this happening in real time.
Yeah.
Here's an update from Bob. My understanding is Seahawks reached an agreement to extend Daryl Taylor before the RFA deadline today. Explains why he was not on any of the official lists.
I'm going to make that into a social graphic.
Okay.
While we wait for the official info.
Perfect. I'll add that social graphic to the script here.
And hopefully he has some listicles made and I can bring those over. All right.
Stand by, folks. We have news. Daryl Taylor
I mean, they were kind of lacking at edge too, to be honest. So one of those things they kind of needed to do here.
And I don't imagine Daryl Taylor's going to cost you a whole lot.
I don't think so either.
We'll see what the number is here in just a bit, but I can't imagine Daryl Taylor's going to be much. Do we have the Daryl Taylor upper graphic yet?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I can look. We do not. Oh, we do. We have the lower one.
Okay.
We can put that here for a second.
Okay. Let's do that. Daryl Taylor. While we're there we go. Daryl Taylor signed an extension with the Seahawks. Full details to be announced. We're still waiting on that. While we're getting ready for all this, Smitty, let's just talk about Daryl Taylor for a moment.
Sure.
Daryl Taylor, kind of a one-trick pony, right? He's a very good pass rusher, but he is bad at everything else.
Yeah,
Pass coverage,
can't cover,
run defense. But if Mike Macdonald uses him appropriately, just as a pass rusher, if that's what he's asked to do, to be a rotational pass rusher, I can live with that, and I think he could do a very good job as that. He shouldn't be a starter for you, but he should be able to be a guy that comes off the bench in the rotation, be an impact player as a pass rusher.
I agree. I mean, he can get to the quarterback. He's proven it before. He had just two seasons ago, he had 9.5 sacks. So I'm a believer in Daryl Taylor as far as a pass rusher goes, but you can't put him in situations that are going to harbor him as a player.
Let me go over some numbers here on Daryl Taylor. Pull this up for you all. So,
do we have numbers on the contract or the?
I'm just looking at his stats. I'm pulling up his stats here.
Gotcha.
All right. So in 3 seasons from Daryl Taylor, here is what we've seen from him. In 2021, his rookie season, 6.5 sacks in 16 games. In 2022, that was his best season. Played in 16 games with 3 starts. He did get benched at one point in the season, but he still finished with 9.5 sacks and 1 pass defended. 2023, last season, played in all 17 games, had 5 starts, and he finished with 5.5 sacks with 28 total tackles. So his numbers were down a bit from what they were previously there in 2022. But Daryl Taylor sticking around. He signs an extension with the Seattle Seahawks. Full details to be announced coming up in just a bit. When we get those details, we will pass those along to you.
Luckily, we do have this for the actual cut and whatnot. We have everything we need for the cut because we're not going to need the top and all that stuff.
Sweet. Let me go ahead and get my short done.
Awesome. I'm going to move this social. I'm going to move over some player listicles, and hopefully we can get on our way right after that.
So let's do this, Smitty. I'll do this short while you're moving stuff, and then I'll have you kind of man the ship for a little bit while I post the short.
Absolutely.
And then we'll get the cut.
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right, folks. So we have our plan in place. You're going to see this if you subscribe to Seahawks Today, which you should. You're in live, you ain't subscribed to Seahawks Today. Trying to get to 51,000 subscribers. Need a little less than 200 to get there. What I'm going to do next, I'm going to record a YouTube short reacting to Daryl Taylor getting extended. We're going to do that next. And then from there, this video that we're about to record is going to go on our YouTube Shorts page. So you can see for yourself exactly what we're doing. So for you that are watching, are going to get a live view of this YouTube short happening in real time. All right? And then from there, we'll do the full reaction cut. That's going to go on our YouTube channel here coming up in just a bit as well. So you get to see it all firsthand, the inside baseball look of how we do things here on Seahawks Today. Getting out my iPhone 13 Pro Max. And I got to find a Daryl Taylor picture on Google first.
Do a little inside baseball, for you guys right here.
Yes. Let's see. Oh, there's a good photo. We'll go with that one there.
Awesome. I have his player listicles. I have the social, and it's I'll make a weigh-in.
Okay. All right. Got his photo. And now I'm making my green screen. Google. YouTube, why can't you cooperate with me? YouTube won't let me use that photo. What the hell? I want to try this photo. We'll go with the throwback photo instead. I love that throwback jersey. Let's try this. There we go. Okay. All right, folks. Now you get to see this happen in real time. We're about to record this right now. Mason Rudolph to the Titans.
Good for him.
Getting out of Pittsburgh. Good for him, yeah. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Daryl Taylor is back in Seattle as the Seahawks decided to extend Daryl Taylor just prior to the RFA deadline. Still waiting on details of what that all means, but Daryl Taylor will be back with the Seahawks defense in 2024. With Daryl Taylor, you're looking at a guy that does a really good job getting after the quarterback. He had 9.5 sacks in 2022. And I think if you're the Seattle Seahawks, what you're hoping for with Daryl Taylor is that he does just that you use him as a rotational pass rusher in basically nothing else. Full reaction coming up on the channel in just a few moments from right now, so stay tuned for that. Subscribe now to Seahawks Today for the latest happenings throughout all of free agency. We got you covered here on the channel. And that, my friends, is how it's done. That is the YouTube short that we will have coming up in just a few moments on Seahawks Today. So you guys got to see it live. Now we'll put this up on the channel here in just a moment. So stay tuned for that. In case you're just joining us. No. I'll just do it. Yeah. Let's see. All right, folks. So I am going to take a minute to post this and get it on social media. Okay. That's fine. I'm going to take a minute to post this, and then Smitty is going to hold things down while I'm taking care of the social media stuff and all that side. And we'll continue. In case you're just joining us, Daryl Taylor, extended back in Seattle. And Smitty's got more. Smitty, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's another body, right? We needed more players on this roster. Let's not kid ourselves here. I'm trying to see if I can get this. I can't seem to. Oh, there it is. Oh, we did get it. We did get the top. Very good. Got the top graphic, so we can put my Twitter down there if you guys want to keep following me. But no, Daryl Taylor is a guy who I believe, as I can run through a couple. Never mind. He's just a guy who can get to the quarterback. We know this about him. 2 seasons ago, he had 10 sacks. So it's one of those guys who Seahawks didn't have a ton of elite pass rush. I'm not saying Daryl Taylor is an elite pass rusher on the roster, but think about it. Boye Mafe, Uchenna Nwosu, Derek Hall didn't really show that he was an elite pass rusher last year. Boye Mafe did at times, but he went dormant at some other at points during the season on the milk carton, missing. Uchenna Nwosu was missing the entire year. He literally tore ligaments, so he missed the entire season. Daryl Taylor, welcome back to the Seattle Seahawks. Hopefully you can take that jump from 2022 that we thought you were going to take in 2023. Mike Macdonald, obviously, in favor of bringing this guy back. Hopefully he uses him not in coverage, not in run-stopping situations, as a pass rusher on third downs, on long down and distance situations. I think he's a very solid rotation player, just can't be called upon to play 4 downs every single series. What are your guys' thoughts on Daryl Taylor as I relook at the chat for the first time in about 5 to 10 minutes, pretty much since this has begun? What do we think here? DJ says, the fact that we re-signed Taylor but not Brooks should be a sin. DJ says Taylor is terrible. Sean A says Mafe was definitely effective. Jason, he absolutely was, Sean. No doubt about it. Jonathan Hernandez, Taylor only is a one-trick pony. We know. We're well aware. We know this. But he's pretty solid. He's solid at that one trick, though, and that's what the Seahawks are going to kind of need. Don't really have elite pass rush there off the edge. Jason Yee says Mike Morris can be like a Matabike. Ooh, I don't know about that. That'd be a big ask after he hasn't really even seen an NFL football field yet. What else do we got here? We do cite our sources, Martin. Bob Condata is going to get he's getting his graphic. I mentioned him in the very beginning. Shout out to the guy who initially referenced the extension here because he referenced Bob Condata first. Always got to give love to the local Jays. There really is no point in moving on from Daryl Taylor. It's one of those situations where slim pickings, he's familiar, and the new coaching staff seems to be in favor of bringing him back, so as am I. G-Man says, did Nwosu roll over and die or something? I mean, listen, he didn't play all last season. How do we know he's going to come back and be the same player that had his best season in the year prior to a major injury? Yes, he's our star pass rusher, but, it's a major injury he took last year. Come on. He tore his pec. Come on. Anyone good left, says John Schneider. My bad, guys. Always next year. John, what are you doing, man? Amit says Taylor sucks. So you guys aren't exactly in super favor of bringing him back. Darrell Moore says, I'm not going to lie, though. I'm still optimistic on our defense. I think we can have a lot of breakout players on our defense. Still very young and fairly new to Seattle. Most of them only in their second season. Yeah, you're not wrong. And I think Mike Macdonald, is going to get the most out of his players. That's what he did in Baltimore, right? Getting old veterans like a Kyle Van Noy, like a Jadeveon Clowney, who had his career high in sacks with Baltimore. Justin Matabike, he got the guy $100 million goddamn dollars. So I don't know, man. If there's any defensive mind out there that I believe in as far as getting the most out of his players, oh boy, Charles Green is absolute. Did he say, should we sign Cody Barton again? His pass protection as an LB wasn't bad at all. Yeah, his pass protection was great because he let everything go. Would you like to sign Buda Baker? I don't know about that. I'd like to see what kind of money he commands. And G-Man says we can get Taylor for cheap and use him as a rotational player. Listen, he's not getting $10 million, guys. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. He's going to get about $5 million here in this deal. I would anticipate maybe like a 2-year, $10 million, $8 million guaranteed deal is what I think is going to be the scenario for Daryl Taylor. What do you guys think? Sean H. says, we'll see what Mike Morris can do next season. Listen, him and Mike Macdonald had a big embrace when Macdonald wore that hoodie sport coat combo, introducing himself at the Seahawks headquarters. I hope he has a way to use them because they knew each other at Michigan well, and Mike Morris was definitely dominant up in Ann Arbor. Kobe Bryant and Jarek Reed are going to battle for that safety spot. Yeah, I'm excited to see what Jarek Reed can do, man. He talks a big game. He's got a lot of confidence. Really great on special teams, running downhill. Elite tackler. Just need to see how he does in coverage there over the top. Darrell Moore says, we're not signing a safety. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried about, brother. And Jonathan Hernandez says he's worried about the linebacker position. I'm also worried about that. Mr. Rod says Grubb seems enamored with Nix. Bo Nix. I mean, listen, who knows? Who knows?
I'm ready.
Are you ready to roll?
Yep. All right, so the short is on the channel now. If you missed seeing it live, you can go see for yourself on the channel. Right now, though, we are going to do our reaction to Daryl Taylor being extended, a full recap of day number 3 for the Seahawks in free agency. We'll go over that coming up next, so stay tuned for that as we continue here on this live edition, Seattle Seahawks Today, on a Wednesday afternoon, our Wednesday live show. Jones and Smitty here with you. Thanks for spending it with us. We'll get going with that. And if you got to step away for a minute, whatever, this cut we're about to do right now is going to be on the channel here in just a little while from right now, too. So we'll get started coming up in just a bit. So stay tuned for that. In case you're just joining us, Daryl Taylor back in Seattle as the Seahawks barely, just barely, got a deal done before the RFA deadline. So he will return to Seattle there, and we'll go over his statistics and all that and let you know more about Daryl Taylor in this deal, as well as the other deals the Seahawks have made today, coming up in just a moment here on the channel. All right. Well, I need to fix my collar anyway. There we go. Got to look professional, you know. So, you know what I'm saying, cuz? There we go. All right. Let's get her done. All right, here we go. Free agency, day number 3. Breakdown, Daryl Taylor, and more. Let's talk about it here on Seahawks Today. Here we go. You're watching Seattle Seahawks Today, powered by Chat Sports. Tyler Jones here with you. Thanks for joining us. It is day number 3 of NFL free agency, and it has been an eventful day so far for the Seahawks, bringing in some new talent, extending some of their current players. We are here to catch you up to speed on all of it here on today's show. Let's begin with the free agency tracker for the Seahawks of everyone that has signed to this point. It all started with Tyler Lockett getting a 2-year, $34 million restructure, bringing his cap hit down from $27 million this year to $15. Then Noah Fant got a 2-year, $21 million deal to remain as the primary tight end target. The Seahawks coaching staff very optimistic about Noah Fant and his role in Ryan Grubb's air raid scheme. Leonard Williams gets a 3-year, $64.5 million deal. A lot of rumblings about, did the Seahawks overpay for Leonard Williams? But at the end of the day, when you gave up a 2nd and 5th round pick at the trade deadline, you committed to Leonard Williams long term. Pharaoh Brown comes in at the tight end spot, more of a blocking tight end, one of the highest graded blocking tight ends in the NFL. He'll be there along with Noah Fant, giving this tight end room a different look. But despite paying Noah Fant and bringing in Pharaoh Brown, that doesn't mean the Seahawks are done investing in the tight end position just yet. Nick Harris is headed to Seattle, 1-year, $2.51 million deal from the Cleveland Browns, where he was a center and a fullback. One of the best fullbacks in all of football this past season. It'll be interesting to see what type of role he plays. Will he be in the interior of the offensive line? Will he play fullback for Seattle, or a little bit of both? Artie Burns on a 1-year deal. He's back. He'll compete for playing time. And then the news coming in with just the last few minutes. Daryl Taylor is back. He got a deal done with the Seattle Seahawks just before the RFA deadline approached, and he'll be back in Seattle. We don't know the terms yet of what they are for Daryl Taylor at this point, but the news coming from Bob Condata of the Seattle Times, tweeting out the following: my understanding is the Seahawks reached an agreement to extend Daryl Taylor before the RFA deadline today. Explains why he was not on any of the official lists. Daryl Taylor, this past season, played in all 17 games with 5 starts. And he managed to have 5.5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, 28 tackles, and 1 pass breakup. The story of Daryl Taylor's career, of what we've seen at this point, is you're looking at a guy who is really good as a pass rusher. Nobody's denying that. 2022, 9.5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, but that doesn't tell the whole story with Daryl Taylor. With Daryl Taylor, what we saw is, in the last few seasons, a guy that can get after the quarterback and does a really good job of that, but kind of just a one-trick pony of sorts. He has struggled in run defense. He's not great in coverage. I imagine what Mike Macdonald and company have to be thinking is that Daryl Taylor has got to be a rotational pass rusher. Know your role, right? That's what I'm looking at for Daryl Taylor. His role with the Seahawks team is a rotational pass rusher, and he's a perfect fit to do that. Ask him to do any more, then that becomes a problem. He's been benched multiple times when he's been asked to do more than just be a pass rusher. What is your one-word reaction to the Seahawks extending Daryl Taylor? I'm going to say pass rush. I'll hyphenate for my word. You can never have too many pass rushers. Daryl Taylor is just that. I don't mind it at all. Give me your one-word reaction in the comment section below. Today's show is sponsored by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose 2 or more players in any given category. Get the choice of more or less. Whether you are talking rebounds in basketball, goals in hockey, home runs in baseball, fantasy points in NASCAR, plenty of different categories to choose from. And we got a trifecta here on Prize Picks in the association, the NBA. Pi Day tomorrow. I love Pi Day. 5th grade, Pi Day was quite the celebration, if I'd say so myself. James Harden to have more than 3.14 points. Real ones know. Jalen Suggs to have more than 7.5 points. And then Jamal Murray to have less than 21.5 points. Let's say we put $20 down and all 3 of these hit. That's going to turn into $100 on Prize Picks. Play along with us. PrizePicks.com/SailItS. Promo code SailItS for a $100 deposit match. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. PrizePicks.com/SailItS. Promo code SailItS to play along with us today. All right, so let's continue with day number 3 of NFL free agency with more moves the Seahawks have made. And with the Seahawks making such a late signing on Pharaoh Brown, we'll include him in this. We'll talk about really the last 24 hours. Nick Harris, 1 year, $2.51 million deal with Nick Harris. And I like his versatility with the ability to play center, to play the fullback spot both. I don't know what Ryan Grubb's going to do, but it's going to be fascinating to see how he's used. Maybe it's a number of different ways potentially. Maybe he does both. Remember, you have Olu as well at the center spot. We'll see what happens with Evan Brown. I would think that Evan Brown probably doesn't come back now that you've done this deal with Nick Harris. And think about this. He played for Ryan Grubb at the University of Washington, so he knows Ryan Grubb's air raid system, what he expects out of his offensive linemen. I think it's a good fit for the Seattle Seahawks at a relatively cheap cost, to be honest with you. What's your favorite signing from free agency of the Seattle Seahawks so far? Is it a guy like Nick Harris? Is it Leonard Williams? Is it Daryl Taylor? Somebody else? Way in the comment section, let us know who your favorite signing is to this point. We are a rocket ship here on Seahawks Today. We're marching towards 51,000 subscribers on the channel, around 200 subs away from reaching that next milestone. And we're talking free agency, trades, the draft, and more. Your free agency and offseason headquarters is Seattle Seahawks Today by Chat Sports. Subscribe now for free. Never miss a moment. If the Seahawks make a move, you're going to be the first to know about it here on the channel. Subscribe now. You'll be glad you did. Let's talk Pharaoh Brown now. Pharaoh. Whoa. Let the Seahawks go. If you know, you know on that. Pharaoh Brown, 1 year, $3.25 million. The Seahawks lost Will Dissly and Colby Parkinson. You bring back Noah Fant, you got to replace him, right? They go with a blocking tight end. Although Pharaoh Brown had a 50-plus yard touchdown for the New England Patriots last year, he's not known to be much of a receiver, but he's one of the best blocking tight ends in football. PFF rated him this past season as a top 10 blocking tight end. And he was on a cheap deal. This didn't cost the Seahawks much at all. So I think for Seattle, this signing makes sense to bring in Pharaoh Brown here. A lot cheaper than what Colby Parkinson and Will Dissly got. Specifically, Colby Parkinson, I felt, got overpaid. And I look at that tight end position, I'm begging, I'm pleading, please use it more effectively. Ryan Grubb, don't do what Shane Waldron and Pete Carroll did. Get the most out of these guys. And Brown is a blocking tight end. That should allow things for Noah Fant to open up and really excel as a receiving tight end, be a nice 1-2 punch. Artie Burns is back in Seattle, re-signing on a 1-year deal, still waiting on terms of what they are exactly. This is the 3rd straight year that Artie Burns is a part of the Seattle Seahawks. And with Burns, if we're going to be honest, he simply just won't go away, right? For whatever reason, I guess the Seahawks like him around in the locker room, provides another depth piece. He'll compete. With Artie Burns, it simply comes down to this. He doesn't move the needle. and he's going to hold the spot until they find something better. And Artie Burns will likely be back on the practice squad at some point this year, and that's how it's going to be. So, Artie Burns, best of luck to you, but this one I don't think is that big of a deal, in all honesty, for the Seahawks compared to some of the other moves they've made. I got a grade that I'll give you for the Seahawks for what they've done in free agency so far, but I want to hear from you guys first. A, B, C, D, or F? Way in the comment section, let us know what you think your grade is for the Seahawks here. My grade, I'll go B-. The Seahawks have made – they took care of the number one priority, right? Leonard Williams. Still more work to be done. Going forward here, still trying to find help at some of the other positions here at this point in time. Still a ways to go. Job's not finished, right? More work to do. B-. You haven't made any mistakes yet. You took care of your biggest priority, but we're still waiting for a big splash. Subscribe now to Seahawks Today for continuing free agency coverage on the channel. We got you covered, and we will see you next time here on Seahawks Today. All right. There you have it. Oh! Rashawn Jenkins to Seattle. Tom Pelissero reporting. We can take that cut and put him on top. Rashawn Jenkins, yes, very good. Let's go. Let's see. Yeah, because copy's going to need to be changed and all that too. Let's do this. No. Hold on. Smitty, hold on. Calm down here. Let's push that out, and then we'll push out Rashawn Jenkins as its own cut. So 2 separate cuts here. I think that's our easiest way to do this. That way we can get the contract terms on Rashawn and let that play out. Yeah, Rashawn's going to be his own video. How about that? Rashawn Jenkins to Seattle. Yeah, we'll do that as a standalone video. Okay. Rashawn Jenkins, previously with the Jacksonville Jags and the Chargers. Let me Okay, let me message the let me talk to Slack here. Smitty, hold things down for a second there.
What just happened? Why does this always happen to Seahawks Today? We get done filming a video, and next thing you know, Seattle makes a signing. Absolutely unbelievable. Calvin Ridley to Tennessee is unbelievable. But I will get us that Rashawn Jenkins little lower third here until it populates up top. Rashawn Jenkins signing with the Seahawks. Is this guy good? Do we? Let me know, chat. Chat saying he's 30 and old and shit. Tom Pelissero just tweeted we got George Fant again. Is that a fact? Are we just signing everybody now? Is that what we're doing? Pelissero, let me see his Twitter. Pelissero.
Yes.
Seattle also. All right, all right, good. So we're all right. That's fine.
George Fant, too. Okay.
Okay. Awesome. This is Electric Factory.
Wow, we wanted stuff to happen while we were live.
Look at us go. We wanted stuff to happen while we were live. Let's do it. Why not let it fly? George Fant back to Seattle. What is going on here?
Okay.
Subscribe to the channel. Only place in the country that's bringing you this kind of coverage.
Let me take care of these shorts right now on Rayshawn and Fant.
Absolutely.
Hold.
I'm holding it down.
Nintendo's back. Go to the Super Chat menu. Tell them while I go film every $5 Super Chat.
Every $5 Super Chat we get until we start filming is a shot. We're doing shots for $5. Rayshawn Jenkins and George Fant are signing with the Seattle Seahawks. John Schneider waited till day 3 to get shit moving, but hey, at least he's doing so. First time Super Chat to get a Seahawks chant. Seahawks. $5 Super Chat. You get the old Macdonald song or the DK song. And we will also give a shot to Tyler, who's going to film some shorts here for the channel. $10 Super Chat. Get a raffle ticket. We're giving away Seahawk steak knives. It gets weird in the offseason. We got to find different things, novelty items to give away. $10 Super Chat. It's a pretty expensive set, by the way, as well. $20 Super Chat. Get your name put on a Seahawks football that we just got in studio today. Added a bunch of names to it already during the stream. And $50, Tyler's doing a beer bong. I'm doing a shotgun. We're getting drunk here on stream. Seahawks signing Rayshawn Jenkins and George Fant. George Fant returning to Seattle, bolstering the offensive line a little bit, getting some more rotation pieces in there. What do we think of the signings? What are we thinking, chat? How do we feel about Rayshawn Jenkins and George Fant coming back to Seattle? George Fant played pretty well with the Jets, and then I believe he was with the Texans last year. Did not play as well there, I don't believe. I'm also going to be moving some things as well here, so bear with us. We're trying to get a bunch of things ready to roll as 2 players have just been signed by the Seattle Seahawks, Rayshawn Jenkins and George Fant. Rayshawn Jenkins, hey, he's good enough to get some love here on our pre-made player listicles, so he's getting moved over, no doubt about it. All right. I mean, listen, John's getting in the building. John has entered the building, so we can be happy about this. We can be very happy about this. Let me see if George Fant has 1, 2, 3. George Fant, thank you for your PFF grades, my friend. We much appreciate you. Absolutely electric. We got 2 signings, 3 signings really, with Daryl Taylor being extended just moments ago. Now we have Rayshawn Jenkins coming to the squad. Got a coverage defender. There we go, baby. Got a coverage defender. Let's ride. And George Fant bolstering that offensive line. Can't wait. Seahawks filling out that roster piece by piece. Still no linebackers, but listen, Rome wasn't built in a day, am I right? Rome wasn't built in a day. So, got those cats coming over here. Tom Pelissero with the report of ESPN. All right, no, not ESPN. NFL Network. NFL Network, right? Oh God, I'm selling the bag here with Pelissero's place of work. Gonna make him a little bit of a social graphic here. Pelissero. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat how are we feeling about these signings. Garrett Page not exactly enthused. Michael Barr says, this is what the Seahawks do in free agency. Fill specific needs on short, relatively low-cost contracts while primarily building through the draft. Will Seattle sign a big name or no? I mean, listen, depends on if you consider Rayshawn Jenkins a big name. 2-year deal for Mr. Jenkins. Caden Cole says B. Jenkins. And Metcalfinated. I guess we should throw that up in a super chat here. Not a super chat. Grade the Seahawks. Here we go. Grade the Seahawks. Last 2 signings. A, B, C, D, or F. What do you guys think on Rayshon Jenkins and George Fant, Seahawk legend, returning back to the Pacific Northwest? What up, Time and the Buckeye? How we doing? Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, reporting. Titans and Seahawks making some big-time moves. Calvin Ridley is going to the Titans. What a deal. Oh, man. Wow. So Pelissero with the scoops here. Tyler Jones will be back. He is going and filming some shorts here on the Seahawks signing these last 2 players. I am building our little show that we got going on here. Getting some Tom Pelissero social graphics. Here we go. Bang, bang, bada, bang, bada, boom. And yeah, man, this is good stuff. This is great for the program, great for Seahawks Today, great for the Seahawks in general. Because guess what? Whatever you think about the players, we didn't have any football players. The safety room was thin, and Rayshon Jenkins can play all over that secondary. Very pleased. I'll take it every time. And then second time around, I mean, listen, George Fant, I'm in. Like, I'm not gonna say when I said that he might have fallen off a little bit last year. I mean, he was still solid. He might not have been the greatest, but listen, I'm taking that every day of the week. I mean, the guy, an absolute demon for Seattle his last couple of seasons there, and then played very well for the Jets. And then last year with the Texans, I guess he was pretty solid as well. I guess I must have been hearing some false information that he might have been falling off a little bit. But hey, back in Seattle, not sure exactly what the terms of the deal are. Not sure if it's a 1-year deal. Not sure if it's a 2-year deal. Not sure if it's a 3-year deal. Getting this cat back in Seattle. I got the player listicles. I got the socials. Screw the Jones takes, and we'll just do the player L3s and L3s.
That's great. Let me get this on social media next.
All right. Tyler Jones has re-entered the room, but he's got to do some behind-the-scenes work. As the Seahawks have made 2 signings. Let me go back to the chat now that we have all of our graphics handled. Oh, I gotta get a weigh-in or 2 as well here to ask the good old people of Seattle how they feel about these trades. These free agency signings.
Any takers on the $5 shots?
I actually have not really looked as I have been building graphics, but I can check here. No takers. No takers. $5 shots. Until we start filming, $5 super chat. Tyler Jones is taking shots of Tito's. Let's ride. Here we go. So you want a 1-word reaction and a grade the signing of? Okay. Cool. We'll do grade for George Fant and 1 word for Rayshon Jenkins. All right. Seahawks Today, free agency day 3 live. Seahawks just made 3 signings, 2 in about 5 seconds, according to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. Rayshon Jenkins, DB from the Jaguars, coming to Seattle, and George Fant, a little bit of a homecoming after a couple seasons away from the Pacific Northwest. He's coming back to provide some reinforcements at the tackle position on the offensive line with Abraham Lucas's health in question, Charles Cross maybe needing a mentor. George Fant's a great guy to bring back to that locker room. What do we think in the chat as I'm quickly getting some weigh-ins here? All right. What do we think here as the Seahawks have made 2 big signings I can't really like delve into too much of how like I feel about these with just the work that I'm doing right now. It's very tough to multitask this, but yeah, Devin White really hasn't been good since the Super Bowl. But like, listen, I wouldn't take him. I would take him if he was offered and he was for a reasonably cheap deal. Rayshon Jenkins and George Fant. All right. Seattle making some moves. John Schneider has woken up, people. John Schneider has woken up here on day 3 of free agency, signing 6 players, in the last 24 hours. Couldn't say the same about yesterday and the day prior. Two outside free agency signings here by the Seattle Seahawks. I should just turn this over so I'm not completely out of view here for the folks. When the Seahawks make a move, we got you covered. No doubt about it. Don't miss a thing here at Seahawks Today. We got you with the most up-to-date Seahawks news and rumors, including every single free agency signing on the market for your Seattle Seahawks. Hit that sub button. We're approaching 51,000 subscribers, less than 200 away.
Okay. Now I'm good to go.
All right, Tyler's good to go now.
Had a lot to do right there, folks, but we are back in business with reaction. Rayshon Jenkins headed to Seattle, filling the need at safety, a big need for Seattle there. And this pretty much rules out, if you were hoping for Quandre Diggs to come back, that possibility as Jenkins signs a 2-year deal. He'll be alongside Julian Love in that safety room. Grade the signings, A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know in the chat what do you think of these moves to bring in Rayshon Jenkins and then to bring in George Fant. I got to tell you, I really like the Rayshon Jenkins signing. I think that's a significant upgrade from what we saw from both Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams the past 2 seasons there. You look at the numbers of Rayshon Jenkins last season. 101 tackles, 1 sack, 9 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. The year prior, he ended up with a total of 116 tackles, 12 pass breakups, 3 interceptions as well. So pretty good stuff there. Gordon wants some shots. Remember, $5 shots until we start filming this next segment. $5 shots. So Gordon wants 4 shots. Gordon, we can make that happen. You also get your name added to the Seahawks football. Every $20 super chat, you get your name added. So Gordon Webb, I will add you to the football. There it is. Gordon Webb. Welcome to the football club, our Football Hall of Fame. All this month, he says, go Hawks as well in his comment. Every $20 super chat, you get your name out of the football, and we'll give away the football coming up at the end of the month. 4 shots. You know what? Let's just take a big old swig of 4 shots worth. Smitty can tell me when to stop drinking when he thinks I've reached 4 shots.
All right, we'll do.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
1, 2, 3, 4. Go. Oh, my God.
That was feisty. That was feisty. That's some serious stuff. Banana with a $5 super chat. And by the way, we're now less than $50 away from the Seahawks sauce coming out. Banana says, what's the focus in the draft now? D-line, O-line, 1-2. Middle linebacker is still up there right now. Edge rusher still up there. I don't think, Smitty, that these signings have necessarily changed the draft priorities.
No, I don't think they ever do. If you've seen John Schneider's approach over the last few seasons, it's been best player available. And I think he's going to continue that format this year. Because, listen, inside linebacker is not a deep position at this draft. Safety is not a position at this draft that's super deep as well. O-line for sure is. I think he could use his third-round picks and fifth-round picks on that position. D-line, I think, is where he's really going to go. Laiatu Latu, I wouldn't be mad at him. I wouldn't be mad at Jared Verse, Dallas Turner, even Jerzon Newton there, the man in the middle. There's some good defensive line prospects there at around pick 16.
Smitty, 5 shots. I'm feeling it. Oh, 5 shots.
You going to be able to do this cut?
I don't know, Jim. We'll manage. We power through. We always power through in this show. Let me pull up a couple more things, and I'll be ready to get this cut going.
I'm just going to check to make sure all these stat graphics are all good to go, because you never know.
You know, I'll say this before we start the cut on George Fant. Last chance, by the way. 2 minutes on the clock. $5 shot sale. We're going to start filming this segment in 2 minutes. Smitty, I'll say this when it comes to George Fant. John Schneider, and this went with Pete too, the door never closes on making a return to Seattle. They love to bring back former players.
Absolutely. And hopefully it continues with our good old friend Bobby.
Bobby, please come back. I guess Richard Sherman is already saying that Bobby's gone.
Oh, boy.
And he went off on his show today.
He hates the Seahawks now. Probably because they got rid of Pete, to be honest.
Probably.
'Cause that's his boy.
Yeah. I love that interview he did with Pete last year.
It was good. It was good. They talked about the Super Bowl and whatnot. And I got to get Pelissero's picture, I guess.
Tommy.
Oh, because Tommy P decided to change his
He changed his avatar?
from the last time we used a Tommy P tweet.
Oh, Tommy. Oh, there we go. All right. Mr. Rod says Tyler's kidneys are going to start getting stoned. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me. My kidneys will hold up just fine.
All right, Tommy P, good. All right. Other than that, I believe, give me George Fant.
George of the jungle.
See, George was a little bit below average last year, but he didn't allow very many sacks. So
Yeah.
I don't know I wonder how many games he started. That's a lot of snaps he had. So we'll see.
Whoa. Bobby Wagner of the Commanders.
Is that a fact?
Chat's trying to tell me this. Let me see for myself.
Yeah, chat's all saying this, so it's probably
There it is.
Bobby to Commanders.
Bobby to the Commanders.
What a fraud. Dan
Quinn.
Dan Quinn gets this guy though.
Man.
Daryl, now
$8.5 million is all he got too.
we weren't going to give him that. One thing I will say is everybody
$6 million guaranteed.
Everybody's saying, why aren't we looking for a linebacker? Yes, it's not good that we don't have one on the roster. It's very bad. And I've been a big proponent of that for the last couple of days, that we don't have an inside linebacker on the roster. But if you want to look at the silver lining of it all, it's one of the least important positions on the football field as far as payroll and overall importance to the success of a football team. Off-ball linebacker is just not the priority that it used to be in the days of like Ray Lewis and what have you.
We probably should add Bobby to the back end, just that he's gone.
Yep.
Let me put a title in for them. All right, so we're going to extend it a little bit because we're going to add Bobby to this cut too.
But we don't need to put any stats or anything.
No, just a graphic.
Just a graphic.
But I do need to throw in a title for them.
No spawn either.
Okay. Let's see here. Sean Jenkins. Well, what are we doing at linebacker now, folks? What are we doing? What are we doing at linebacker now? Bobby's gone, Jordan Brooks is gone, and Patrick Queen's a Steeler. Are we getting Devin White next?
Oh boy.
Are we playing rookies That off-ball linebacker, what the hell are we doing? Oh, my goodness. Let's see here. Just in, Seahawks signed Rayshon Jenkins and George Fant. Plus Bobby Wagner to Commanders.
One thing I'll say about the Commanders is they've really been making some moves here in this offseason. They had a ton of money to spend, and they're spending it pretty well, in my opinion.
$8 million is money well spent.
Like, listen, I don't think name me the last time that the Commanders have had a legitimate leader on that defense. It's been a while. Maybe London Fletcher. Like, that's how far we got to go back here. I mean, probably 5, 6, 7 years since they've had a true veteran leader in that locker room. No, Rico, we do not have John Radigan. He is not on the roster. He is a free agent.
Let me message production. Go back on screen for a second here.
Sure. Just give me 1 second. Rayshon Jenkins and our guy George Fant here. Let me just get on here now. Some big-time deals being made here in Seattle, and one of our boys, our longtime friend, Bobby Wagner.
Bobby wanted to come back, too.
Did he, though? I don't think he did.
He said publicly that bringing in Mike Macdonald didn't change how he felt. That he wanted to come back.
Interesting. So Bobby Wagner signing with the Commanders, 1 year up to $8.5 million, $6 million guaranteed. Good for Bobby. And Dan Quinn, reuniting with Dan Quinn, who we won a Super Bowl with way back when. What do we think? What if we got Fred Warner? Yeah, that'd be sweet. Rayshon Jenkins is in the chat.
That didn't take long.
Trade for Warner. What do you guys think? Who do you guys think we are? Are we Madden? Where GMs don't have emotions and don't want to trade with their arch rival? Yeah, let's go get Fred Warner. Keep living in fantasy land, guys. Really. There's zero chance. Zero. You see that? Zero. Nilch. Nothing. Nada. No chance they get Fred Warner. Get that out of your head. Well, what do you mean, Seth, what do you mean only got $8 million, though? Because that's more than what he was getting paid last season. And he's a year older. What do we think here? Jerome Baker is looking more and more like a legitimate option now here at the linebacker position. Will we get compensation picks next year? Probably not. We have none right now. We have 0 linebackers, Rayshon. I'm well aware. But listen, Seahawks are prioritizing other positions right now. They work in an NFL front office that's won a Super Bowl before. I'm confident that they can find some linebackers that can play off the ball. Okay. Yep. $5 until we start filming. $5 shots. $5 shots. Listen, Donnie Clark says he wants drunk rage. I can give you drunk rage, but listen, gotta get a super chat. $50 super chat. I'm doing a beer shotgun, and that would get us to do Seahawks sauce as well. Every $5 super chat is a shot until we start recording this segment, which is taking forever, but I have it already. But whatever. Yes, Bobby Wagner to Washington Commanders. He is going to be the new leader of that. The Devin Whitehead. No, you're kind of mixing up guys there in Tampa Bay. Jordan Whitehead actually went back to Tampa Bay after a season with the Jets, season or two with the Jets. And then Devin White has not signed yet. Oh, we have, my bad. 4 comp picks next year. We have no comp picks this year. Rico, what do you mean the meeting about J.J. McCarthy? Oh, yeah. Listen, I was proven wrong. Okay, J.J. McCarthy has the tools to be an NFL caliber franchise quarterback. Listen, right hand up. I was wrong about J.J. McCarthy. Kid can ball. All right. Junior Colson, I would be very happy with in the draft, the man out of Michigan. Peyton Wilson, I need to read up. Now that we don't have any linebackers on the roster, I'm gonna need to start looking into some in the drafts, and that's not only first round, second round, third round. I'm looking all the way to the UDFAs now because that's where we might have to go as a starting position for this Seattle Seahawks team next year. Bobby will have his jersey retired. Don't get me wrong. I think Bobby will get his jersey retired with Seattle. John Schneider in the chat because and he just realized that he has been called upon to be fired by another member of the chat. Rico says Brock Bowers, Seattle. I think that'd be fantastic, man. I would love it. He's a game-changing, game-wrecking level tight end. Teddy G says, TBH, I'd rather have the comp pick over Bobby Wagner right now. Why is that? I would just love to. I would love to know your rationale there, and I'm just completely curious. I'm not bashing you. I'm not none of that. Donnie Clark saying, I guess we're drafting middle linebacker. I believe so. It seems that way as of right now. Seahawks made two big signings in the last 15 minutes or so. Rayshawn Jenkins and George Fant. George Fant with a little bit of a homecoming in Seattle. He was solid last year, nothing crazy. A little bit below average as far as PFF standards go, but he's a guy who's familiar with the team, familiar with the scheme. I think we got a good rotational reinforcement there at the tackle position with George Fant. Rayshawn Jenkins, I don't know much about him, to be quite honest with you. He's 30 years old, is what the chat has been relaying pretty often. And that doesn't give you the most optimism, but let's not act like hitting 30 at the safety position is some kiss of death. Maybe at the running back position, but not on defense. All right. We are going to get rolling here in just a little bit. Who are the Seahawks middle linebacker candidates, says Jesse. And Justin, I like I really do like the Rayshawn Jenkins signing as well. From what I've seen, as far as the numbers go, he looks pretty solid. Looks like he can make plays. As far as middle linebacker candidates go, Devin White is out there. Jerome Baker's out there. It's slim pickings, man. The guys who we have looked at are off the market. Patrick Queen to the Steelers, Jordan Brooks to the Dolphins, Bobby Wagner now to the Commanders.
So,
There we go. Smitty, I have a thought here. You and I both like Mike Macdonald a lot, and he is the right hiring. But I think we could pretty much confidently say if Dan Quinn's the head coach of the Seahawks right now, Bobby's still in town.
It seems that way, right? It looks like that's where he wanted to play for.
Yeah. And obviously Dan wanted him too. I think that's something. Now this is kind of the first stamp of the new era here of differences. If Pete's there, if Dan's there, Bobby's probably there right now. Instead, he's in Washington at the moment. So what do you guys think? We are a couple minutes away. Let me finish. I'm finishing up a couple things here. And from reacting to the events that have unfolded. It's been a crazy 30 minutes. Rayshawn Jenkins, George Fant coming to Seattle, reuniting for George Fant while Bobby Wagner is off to Washington, joining Dan Quinn there. 2 minutes on the clock. Last chance to get $5 shots before we film this next segment here on Seahawks Today. What I am doing, folks, is I am posting a reaction video of just a quick short on our YouTube channel of Bobby leaving. And once I do that, then we can start this segment here on today's show. All right, folks, it's been a crazy the last couple of minutes here. What do you think about these moves here today? Here we go.
Seahawks make 2 big signings. Bobby Wagner going to the Commanders. A lot of you guys must just be listening to us because we had it on for a long time here. As I just switched it back to Rayshon Jenkins a couple minutes ago, but I had Bobby Wagner up on here the whole time. Nobody has to announce that Bobby Wagner is going to the Commanders. We're all very aware.
We know.
Bodie Miller says, what if we got Justin Simmons? Doesn't seem that way now with the Rayshon Jenkins deal that Seattle will invest that much more of their cap space into the safety position in free agency. I would assume that Seattle has about $9 million in cap space left. Maybe call it a $4 million deal for 2 years, 8 for Jenkins potentially, and maybe 1 year for 3 or 2 years for 6 for George Fant. George Fant's probably getting about $5 million.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Smitty, I am set now.
Okay.
It's been a lot that we've had to take in the last few minutes, but we are ready to go with our instant reaction to the news that has unfolded here in the last couple of minutes. A lot to take in. Let's talk about all of it. Here's what's ahead here on Seahawks Today. We're going to do a cut. Oh, right at the buzzer, another $5 super chat. I'll take one more shot. Right at the buzzer, right in the nick of time before we begin this segment. This one's for Teddy. So here's what's ahead. We're going to talk about Rayshon Jenkins and George Fant signing with the Seahawks. We'll also talk about Bobby Wagner going to the Commies. We'll go over all that in just a minute. Teddy says Bobby was already getting older and slower and more expensive. Hate to see him go, but I rather we not pay that for Bobby. It's $8.5 million. We're not talking about the money he was making the first time he was in Seattle.
That is also over half of the cap space that Seattle had left on one player.
Yeah.
They had about $16.5 million left after the signings from last night and early this morning.
I'm just shocked that he and Brooks are both gone.
Yeah.
And you didn't get Patrick Queen. I thought if they were both going to be gone, that Queen would be here.
Who's
playing middle linebacker?
I do think that blew up in their face a little bit, but I still believe that if they're going out and making signings at other positions, that they're not entirely terrified of what the deal is right now.
All right. Smitty, I am set. I'm good. So here we go. We will react to it all right now here on Seahawks Today. Rayshon Jenkins, in case you're just joining us, our live free agency coverage here on Seahawks Today. Smitty wanted an eventful day today. We got it. Rayshon Jenkins, George Fant signed with the Seahawks. Bobby Wagner gone, off to Washington, joining the Commanders. Let's talk about all of it here on this edition of Seattle Seahawks Today. We'll need to put the intro in front of it. Yeah, because the highlight cut. Well, I mean, it just saves them time. We'll react to it all here in just a moment. So stay tuned for that. Sportsfan 23, who is playing middle linebacker? I wish I knew. I wish I do. All right. Here we go, folks. Let's talk about it all right now. Back again for the third time here on Seattle Seahawks Today on this very eventful Wednesday afternoon. Let's talk about a couple different things. We'll start with Rayshon Jenkins and George Fant signing with the Seahawks, and then Bobby Wagner's found a new home, joining Dan Quinn in Washington. Rayshon Jenkins, 2-year deal according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, the veteran safety, joining the Seattle Seahawks. Began his career with the LA Chargers, then spent the last couple of seasons with the Jags. Now he fills a big need for Seattle in the safety room, joining Julian Love. And I got to tell you, Rayshon Jenkins, one of the better safeties on the market here. This was a huge position of need with moving on from Quandre Diggs and moving on from Jamal Adams. And I think that the Seahawks found a significant upgrade here. When you look at Rayshon Jenkins, this guy's played at a high level the last couple of seasons. Last year, in 2023, he had 2 interceptions, 9 pass breakups, Completion percentage allowed around 61%. Quarterback rating of 72. And the year prior to that, in 2022, was spectacular too. 3 interceptions, 3 forced fumbles, a total of 116 tackles. Rayshawn Jenkins, I know some of you, and we've been already hearing from folks in the chat saying, well, he's 30 years old already. He's playing his best football right now, and it's a 2-year deal. This is not a 5-year contract, for goodness sakes, okay? Rayshawn Jenkins, you're getting right in the prime of his career for the next 2 years. I like this move from Seattle to bring in Rayshawn Jenkins. The Seahawks defense needs a major overhaul, right? This group has a lot of improvements to be made. And what they're investing here, this is a good start. They don't have a ton of money to work with, if we're going to be honest with you. What they've already spent on several guys, from the likes, of course, to what Leonard Williams commanded, even re-signing Noah Fant. Rayshawn Jenkins, I think, is a good fit for what Seattle is looking for. This is a solid signing, I think, on the part of John Schneider and Mike Macdonald. Will be a nice sneaky find for the Seahawks defense. What is your one-word reaction to Seattle signing Rayshawn Jenkins? My one word is pleased. I'm very pleased. I wondered what they would do at safety. We knew that they had to take care of it in some way, shape, or form. And to go with Rayshawn Jenkins here, I'm satisfied. This will get the job done for Seattle. You got a Pro Bowler with Julian Love on one side, Rayshawn Jenkins on the other, and an upgrade from Diggs and Adams. I'll take it. Give me your one-word reaction in the comment section. Let us know. George Fant is making his return to the Seattle Seahawks after spending this past season with the Houston Texans, the New York Jets before that, and then, of course, the Seattle Seahawks before that. Tom Pelissero breaking the news from the NFL Broadcast Network earlier today. Blast from the past, the Seahawks also agreed to terms with veteran offensive tackle George Fant, who got his start in Seattle in 2016. And what we've seen with the Seahawks over the last couple of seasons, I'll say this real quick before we move on to other things, is that the John Schneider era and, the Pete Carroll era, really, there was always the door was open, right? If you left, still an opportunity for you to come back. And that the Seahawks kept good relationships with guys. Even with Bobby Wagner, who, had some things to say when he went to the Rams. We'll talk more about Bobby in just a bit. The door's still open for him to come back, right? It seems like that even in this new era, going into the Mike Macdonald era of Seahawks football, you still have that door open for players like George Fant and others to still make their returns, leaving on good terms, as they say. When the Seahawks make a move, we cover it all here on Seattle Seahawks Today, as we're live on the channel when these signings are going on. We're bringing you everything here on Seahawks Today. The latest happenings of your favorite team, you got to subscribe so you never miss a moment. Anytime the Seahawks make a move, we drop what we're doing, we make a video, and bring you the latest that you need to know here on Seahawks Today. And we're getting very, very close to 51,000 subscribers. We need your help to get there. Subscribe now, youtube.com/SeahawksTV for the latest happenings all off-season long. Once free agency slows down, we're talking draft, we're talking trades, and more. We're not going anywhere. Lock us in here on Seahawks Today. Now, what I would expect out of George Fant is to play a swing tackle role of sorts. I would think what the Seahawks do is still go with their bookend tackles of Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas, and George Fant fills in. And if you looked at the Seahawks last year, it shouldn't be any secret that the swing tackle role is going to be vital, going to be very important for the Seattle Seahawks, especially with the concerns about Abraham Lucas's knee, if it's going to be able to hold up or not. The grades from George Fant aren't anything earth-shattering, if we're going to be frank with you. An overall grade of 63.5 according to PFF. Pass block grade is 69.4. Run block grade of 53.8. But that's good enough, as far as I'm concerned, for a backup tackle. He allowed 3 sacks in 900 snaps, 4 hits, 23 hurries, 3 penalties. I can live with having George Fant as a backup swing tackle. And then there is one other possibility, potentially, of what these Seahawks could do. Depending on how Abe Lucas looks, right, how the knee is holding up and all that, there could be a world where maybe you slide over Abraham Lucas to guard and George Fant starts at right tackle. That's a possibility potentially for the Seahawks. At the very least, and one word I've used a lot today in some of the other videos that we've talked about on the channel that I'll use in the same case here, flexibility, options. And that's good for Ryan Grubb and Scott Huff to figure out with this offense. How would you grade the signing of George Fant here? You know, without saying the numbers just yet, just the idea of adding a guy that's been there, done that, a very good swing tackle, I think it's a good move. I'm going to give this a solid A here. To me, you can't have enough good offensive linemen, and we saw last year how much it hurt this team when they didn't have the offensive line options they were looking for. Give me a grade in the comment section, A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know. Bobby Wagner is moving on from Seattle again, signing a one-year deal with the Washington Commanders, up to $8.5 million, $6 million guaranteed. And this is significantly more money than he was making previously with Seattle. Gets a nice pay bump, especially at this point in his career, going from $7 million to $8.5 million. And you look at Bobby Wagner, last season was really good. At his age, still played at a Pro Bowl, All-Pro level, was the green dot, the leader of this defense. I mean, he's embodied everything that there is to mean to be a Seattle Seahawk, right? And even with how things went down of him going to the Rams, he comes back to Seattle, and it was like he never left, right? And he and Jordan Brooks had a good combination going on. When Mike Macdonald got hired, he said it didn't change his feelings, that he wanted to come back to Seattle. I don't think Seattle wanted him for $8.5 million. This sounds like one of those deals where Bobby wanted to come back, but the door wasn't open for him to come back this time around. And now you have some major question marks at the linebacker position. There's your depth chart right now of your Seahawks linebackers. You don't have any inside linebackers. None. Now, granted, today's NFL has changed, where inside linebacker isn't the priority that it once was in the National Football League. That has changed, sure. But who's filling those spots? I mean, the market's moving. If it's going to be a free agent, clock is ticking, John, to go get somebody. And I thought when Jordan Brooks left and Patrick Queen went off the board, that the Seahawks should have called up Bobby and said, we're sorry, we made a mistake, we need you. I don't know what John and Mike are thinking, but I guess we all just got to trust the process here that they have something figured out. We'll always love Bobby. He's a Seahawk through and through. He's a future first ballot Hall of Famer. There's no hard feelings. Wish him nothing but the best. Happy that he gets to play for Dan Quinn again. And that's another thing. While I am glad that Mike Macdonald is the next head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, if Dan Quinn's the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Bobby's probably back right now. So something to think about as far as comparing and contrasting some differences there. So what the hell are the Seahawks going to do at the linebacker position? Tell us who you think the Seahawks should sign in NFL free agency. Give me a name. What is this team going to do? Just don't bring back Devin Bush, please. No Devin Bush. Let us know in the comments section. For more Seahawks coverage, subscribe now to Seattle Seahawks Today as we continue to keep you up to date with everything happening all off-season long. Subscribe now, and we'll see you next time. All right. There you have it, folks. What a whirlwind right there. Smitty, for the folks that are just now joining us, just now stopping by, let's kind of recap these three things one by one here. Starting with the Rayshawn Jenkins. I know he's 30 years old, but he's coming off the best 2 seasons of his career. The Seahawks had a need at the safety spot here. You know, timing's kind of everything. Like, I like Rayshawn Jenkins for right now, right at 2 years. For those of you bitching about him being 30 years old, it's just for this moment. I think the timing works out perfectly to get Rayshawn Jenkins right now.
Like you said, he's playing his best ball of his career at age 29. So what's to say at age 30 he's going to fall off a cliff? I don't see that happening. Obviously, Quandre Diggs kind of burns that into our head. And as he got a little bit older, we saw his play dip a little bit. But with Rayshawn Jenkins, he's playing the best ball of his career right now. I don't see any reason that he's just absolutely going to fall off, especially with a defensive-oriented head coach in Mike Macdonald. I mean, he was with Doug Peterson for the past couple of years, right? I mean, that's a guy who doesn't really prioritize defense as much as the other side of the football. So Rayshawn Jenkins coming into a defensive-oriented roster, playing the best ball of his career, I think Macdonald's going to get the most out of him.
Meanwhile, George Fant, we'll see what the Seahawks exactly have in mind. My guess is that he'll be the backup swing tackle, that you'll have Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas as your starting tackles, and George Fant will be the backup. But you better believe, folks, we're going to see a lot of George Fant because Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas, specifically Abraham Lucas, were banged up a lot this past season. And I can't trust that both of them are going to be healthy for 17 straight games. The other possibility that we could see is Fant start at right tackle. He played 900 snaps for the Texans last year and did a pretty decent job. You could start him at right tackle and Abraham Lucas at guard, potentially speaking, and then go from there. It's a reunion, bringing back George Fant. I don't hate it at all. Smitty, George Fant, I can't imagine it's going to cost him a whole lot here. He's familiar with the Seahawks. Whatever his role is, Noah Fant's not a bad football player. I like this for much-needed depth on the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, George Fant is one of these guys who he was probably the only offensive lineman that I never made complaints about when he was with Seattle. That whole line during the last couple of years of the Russ era was brutal. That's why we drafted Charles Cross. That's why we drafted and started Abraham Lucas after he played well, because that line was barren. And George Fant was the actual bright, shining star of that unit, and he comes back to Seattle to play swing tackle, give some relief to a guy like Abraham Lucas, who could move to the guard position with his lateral quickness probably being in question with his health.
And then the other news of the day, coming within the last 30 minutes, Bobby Wagner off to the Washington Commanders, joining Dan Quinn there in Washington. $8.5 million, so he gets a little bit of a pay bump from what he made this past year with the Seattle Seahawks. And, this one, there's a couple different things to look at here. Let's start from the Seahawks vantage point here for a second. Middle linebacker, what the hell are you going to do now? Jordan Brooks is gone. Bobby Wagner is gone. You missed out on Patrick Queen. What are you doing? Are you going to go sign somebody? Are you going to go draft that position? Are you going young? They got to figure this out pretty quickly. I don't know what John Schneider and Mike Macdonald have in mind, but if you're going to sign somebody, the market's starting to get bare. You better shit or get off the pot, one of the two, when it comes to figuring out what the hell you're going to do with the middle linebacker spot. And I don't know, but they need to figure it out fast. The other thing, as far as, the relationship goes with Bobby Wagner, there's going to be a lot that's made of, wow, how could they do this to Bobby? The loyalty, and how do you let him walk away, and all that stuff there. And let me just be frank with y'all, okay? I would have liked to seen Bobby back, but this is a business decision. Bobby probably got more money than what Seattle could pay. He reunites with Dan Quinn there in Washington. I think Bobby, there's no ill will. I think he made the best decision for his own interest to go to the Washington Commanders and go join Dan Quinn there. I think that you can love Bobby Wagner. You can appreciate him. He's a Seahawk through and through. But for him to go to the Washington Commanders, he did what he felt was best for him. And for him to get paid and reunite with Dan Quinn, I no ill will at all towards Bobby Wagner. It was a fun year to bring him back. I wish he was back, but wish him nothing but the best. So with all that said, Smitty, kind of your thoughts on Bobby going to Washington here.
Well, I think people make a good point in the chat. Like Teddy G, no, it's not Teddy G. Teddy G makes a good point though. Charles Gallus saying everyone's surprised by Wagner. Dan Quinn, plain and simple. He's there to watch this, to teach the scheme and Dan Quinn's game plan. And I think Washington, like from their perspective, this is a home run for them. They haven't had a true leader on that defense since probably the tackling machine London Fletcher was a part of that crew. So I don't know. I from their perspective, it's a great signing. From the Seahawks' perspective, there's not a lot of inside linebackers left to go sign. Please don't bring back Devin Bush.
Please don't.
Devin White, like I wouldn't pay him a lot of money, but if he wants to come play, then I'm in. Just don't overpay for that guy.
We have a statement from Bobby Wagner.
Oh, boy.
On Twitter.
What do we got?
Bobby just tweeted out the following. Seattle, we've done this before. You know what it is. It's always love. Until we meet again, I'm around.
He's going to retire a Seahawk. Absolutely. He's going to retire a Seahawk.
Now, when you say that, are you saying the one-day contract, or is he going to play his final full season?
I don't know. I don't know for 100%. I would, if I put my money on it, I would go more toward the 1 day. But I would not rule out the possibility of Bobby Wagner playing another season of Seahawks football.
Yeah. And he's beaten Father Time so far. He's still got something left. Yeah. Bobby's going to be missed. I hate it.
Still a tackling machine, still a great run stopper, but he has lost a step in pass coverage, and I think that's where Seattle wants to go with their next batch of inside linebackers. Got to be able to cover the tight end, man.
So, let's do this. Price pick read. We'll go back to Super Chat menu, and then we'll kind of go from there. So, let's tell you about Price Picks, sponsoring today's show. Love having Price Picks on board here. Price Picks, the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose 2 or more players in any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking rebounds, maybe it's goals, home runs, fantasy points, all sorts of different categories to choose from. Go to PricePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. We're talking basketball. As we got James Harden with a little Pi Day special, with more than 3.14 points tomorrow with a little NBA action. Jalen Suggs to have more than 7.5 points. And Jamal Murray to have less than 21.5 points. If all three of those hit, then we're making $100 on Prize Picks. Play along with us. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. Sign up for Prize Picks. Link going in the chat right now. You'll be glad you did. All right. The Boskin. Yes, the Seahawks did extend Daryl Taylor. That news came out about an hour ago. And all the news we talked about, Boskin, Daryl Taylor is coming back. Daryl Taylor is coming back. All right. So, it's been a minute since we got a Super Chat. I'll be honest, it's been a little slow today. Here's what we'll do. We could keep hanging around. We can be here as long as you guys want. But we got to get a Super Chat to keep this show going. I'll put 2 minutes on the clock. If we get a Super Chat of any amount in the next 2 minutes, we stay live. If not, we'll sign off. We'll call it a day, and that'll be that. But here's what we're offering. Super Chat menu. First-time Super Chatters, you get the Seahawks chant. $5 Super Chat, we'll do the old McDonald song. $10 Super Chat, you get a raffle ticket to win our Seahawks knives set that we'll give away. $20 Super Chat, you get your name added to the Seahawks Today Football Hall of Fame. Here's the football right here. Already got some great names. I got more to add. You could be next, and we'll give this away at the end of the month. $20 Super Chat, your name is going on this. $50 Super Chat, we'll do a beer bong. Smitty has said that whatever comes first, a $50 Super Chat or $200 total. We're about 62 away. Whatever comes, or 42 away, rather. We will do a beer bong on the other side. And the deal of the day, the Seahawks sauce. We get sauce with the Seahawks sauce, $42 away from reaching that next milestone. So, 2 minutes on the clock starting right now. Super Chat of any amount. The show stays live. Otherwise, we will sign off and we will call it a day. Clock is ticking right now. Smitty, wow. Just kind of catching our breath. Take a second here. I mean, there has been a lot that has happened for Seattle today. A lot of movement, but certainly losing Bobby Wagner is going to be probably the story of the day.
One thing I'll say about that is, like, I kind of expected it.
Yeah.
I'm not like, oh, my God, we lost Bobby. He's out of here. I didn't expect him to come back. So it's not one of those things I'm entirely shocked by. It hurts because especially because of the Seahawks' lack of inside linebacker depth right now, lack of any inside linebacker for that matter. But I don't know. I'm not entirely shocked by it, so it doesn't hit as hard, especially as hard as it did when we waived Bobby Wagner and he became a Los Angeles Ram. This feels a lot different. He came back. He had his little swan song year. Played very well. But hey, go get your bag with the Commanders, man. Go play with it. Go play with a coach you're comfortable with, and have fun.
Gordon with a $10 super chat. He is entered to win the knives, and he resets the shot clock.
Reset the shot clock there.
Gordon Webb, thanks for resetting the clock, my guy. Adding you to the list.
Shouts out to you.
Shout out to you, Gordon. Much appreciated. Gordon, we'll see if you can get those knives. Gordon Webb there. What's Gordon's avatar there? Is that a map or something? Gordon, what's the map of? He says go Hawks, too, by the way. Go Hawks indeed, Gordon. Thanks for that. Now we are $32 away from the Seahawks sauce, getting sauced with the Seahawks sauce. I'll sweeten the pot a little, too. I will I'll chug the rest of this Miller for the next $5 super chat that comes in. Next $5 super chat, we're chugging the rest of this Miller. All right. Gordon, much appreciated to you. Thanks for that $10 super chat, my guy. Show keeps on rolling. Shot clock back on, 2 minutes. Here we go. Super chat of any amount in the next 2 minutes. Show keeps going. Otherwise, we sign off. $32 away from the Seahawks sauce. $5 super chat. I'm chugging the rest of this Miller. And to kind of remind the folks what's all happened here. Rayshon Jenkins. Oh! Here we go. Our boss, James Yoder, going to make me chug the rest of this Miller. Drinking beer on company time, I'll take it. And we get the old Macdonald song. This one's for Smitty. Here it is from the boss man himself, James Yoder. The boss man is watching. Here you go, Smitty. If the Seahawks draft J.J. McCarthy, every touchdown pass or run, you go ahead and turn off the clock, by the way.
Okay, yeah.
He has in 2024, Smitty does a boot on a live show. Deal. Hater. Smitty, your reaction as I chug this beer.
Listen, I never back down from a challenge. It might only be 8 or 9 boots. Nah, let me stop playing. I don't know.
Whoa! No. You hearing that, Yotes? You hearing that shade?
Listen, I'm down. I could absolutely do beer shotgun every single touchdown pass. I would take that challenge.
Not a boot, but a beer shotgun.
You want to know why? Because I'm optimistic about my Seattle Seahawks. They have great weapons, an improved offensive line. I am optimistic about my Seattle Seahawks offense next year with Ryan Grubb at the helm. So if J.J. McCarthy is that man behind center, who knows? Maybe he takes over mid-season for Geno Smith, and we could get some boots going in that scenario. But if he would be the day one starter, I would take this challenge and run with it as far as beer shotguns go for every J.J. McCarthy passing touchdown.
More from Yodes. He says, how about only has to do a boot if they are winning or a tie game with JJ's touchdown?
Make that a deal. That is a deal. I will do that 100%.
Now, to give some context here, yesterday, Smitty was throwing some shade about J.J. McCarthy, saying that he does not want the Seahawks to draft him. He doesn't believe in J.J. McCarthy. Then our boss, James Yoder, proceeded to hand me a note that said Smitty had a 5 a.m. meeting, and that didn't sound good. Happy to report Smitty still has a job, but how did the 5 a.m. meeting go? Did you get a stern warning?
Yes, he definitely opened my eyes a little bit about the winning persona and the skill set that J.J. McCarthy provides, that it can translate to the next level. Very excited to see the prospect of J.J. McCarthy.
But he didn't convince you.
He didn't convince me that he's an elite gunslinger. But he said that his play style can translate to the next level and win a ton of football games, which I am a fan of.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Dan the Man is here.
Dan the Man.
Let's go to Chris, then Dan the Man, as We're now $2 away from 200. $2 is what we're at. Chris with a $5 super chat. Oh, and we do owe the Mike Macdonald song for Yodes and for Chris.
And this is good for Yodes because the Michigan man.
Yes. So Bobby Wagner gone. Who's still available in free agency? Devin White. We're all in on Devin White.
I guess we're all in on Devin White.
We're all in on Devin White.
I didn't want to be at the start of free agency, but I guess we're all in on Devin White.
We'll do the Mike Macdonald song. We'll do the DK song. Here we go. Old MacDonald had a farm. C-I-E-I Hawks. Chopping, Seahawks chopping. Gino passes, no one stopping. DK. Touchdowns all day. He rules.
Shouts out.
Thank you,
James
Yodes. Thank you, Chris.
And
then Dan the Man Miller with a $20 super chat. Bang! Says, what the hell is Seattle doing? Everyone, we thought we might sign. We have lost. I'm starting to lease faith. I think he means lose faith in this year.
Renting it out to others, I guess.
Renting it out. Dan, don't give up hope. Don't give up hope. You never give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever give up, Dan. Dan the man. You are the man. Now's not the time to be giving up at this point. Now, I'll say this. Let's talk to positive here for Dan. Let's make him feel comfortable. And all Dan's named at the football again here in just a moment.
Of course.
Dan, the silver lining, Smitty. Rayshon Jenkins, solid player. Mm-hmm. Leonard Williams, we know is a very good football player. You brought Noah Fant back. I think the Seahawks are a better team today than they were when free agency started on Monday. That's a good start.
I mean, yeah.
The job's not finished. There's work to be done, but you are a better football team right now.
Yeah, because the entire roster was free agents. We had no players. So the fact that they signed players, yes, makes us a better roster. But, I mean, there's none of these signings besides the re-signing of Leonard Williams, to me, are complete game changers. I'm excited for the prospect of Rayshon Jenkins to see what he can do there on the back end of that defense.
Dan the man, the football is here. There's your name on it again. Everybody spam Dan the man. Dan the man coming up big and getting this show popping. Much love to Dan the man. And then Gordon gave us our $2 to put us at 200.
So I guess I'm doing a beer shotgun here to
shotgun. I'll go get the Seahawks sauce.
You want to just get me a purple Happy Dad?
Yeah.
When you get
Why
the
not?
Seahawks sauce, I'll tame the chat for a couple seconds.
So we reached 200. While I go get stuff ready, the Seahawks sauce and Smitty's beer shotgun. Every $5 super chat that comes in, I'm adding vodka to the Seahawks sauce.
Oh boy.
Smitty, your job to rally the troops. How many shots we can get in this Seahawks sauce?
Every $5 super chat. Every $5 super chat from now until liquid touches lips. Shot of vodka in the Seahawks sauce. And listen, Seahawks sauce already has vodka in it, so we're just up in the ante here with every $5 super chat. A little inside baseball for you guys there. Yeah, Seahawks sauce. Yes, Happy Dad. Fruit Punch, if not, Death Row Records. He is gone. Happy Dad's shotgun coming in hot soon, along with Seahawks sauce. Every $5 super chat, we're adding a shot of vodka to said Seahawks sauce, making it a little more liquored up for Jones and these Seahawks signings to get wild. Why don't you grade the Seahawks' last two signings? Rayshon Jenkins and old friend George Fant coming back to Seattle, bolstering that offensive line, giving some reinforcements there. Potentially on the right side where Abraham Lucas, his health is in question, and who knows if the lateral quickness is going to keep up with him. As we get a $5 super chat rolling in from Gordon, that's a shot of vodka inside the Seahawks sauce. Thank you, Gordon. Shout out to Gordon Webb here, sticking with us all stream long. I've been seeing him since the beginning, so shouts out to my guy Gordon. That's a shot of vodka in every $5 super chat. Seahawks' last two signings, though, George Fant could potentially bump Abraham Lucas there to the interior of the offensive line, where The Seahawks have only made one signing so far. That'd be Nick Harris, who plays center primarily and also can play fullback, apparently. Guy's like a two-sport athlete, it seems. George Fant, though, gives the Seahawks some good reinforcements for, two tackle positions where we experienced injuries last year. We were going to need reinforcements there. That is not Jay Curhan. That is not Stone Forsythe there. Two UDFAs who really didn't have the longevity and the experience necessary to be able to start an entire season, which is basically what Abraham Lucas missed here for Seattle. Colin Clark says all in on Devin White, and as we're getting some grades here, Darren Weller says B. Garrett Page says C. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as well. About a C, maybe a B minus max, because I'm not sure how much these guys move the needle per se from us being what we were last year at an under 500 record all the way to potential Super Bowl contenders. I don't think these moves specifically make that happen. John Schneider known for more impacts made in the draft, so that's coming up in about a month and a half. Get ready, folks, because Seahawks picking at 16, a lot of possibilities there. Trade down, get a franchise tight end like Brock Bowers, a potential franchise edge rusher like a Jared Verse, Dallas Turner, Laitu Latu. Oh boy, we got some super chats coming in hot. $20 from Dan the Man says, how the hell did we lose out on Queen? Listen, thing about Patrick Queen and thing about Jordan Brooks. Both players, one, not particularly the greatest in pass coverage, right? And two, both had their best seasons of their career. The seasons that got them paid, and I'm not even saying that they got massively paid. The off-ball linebacker market isn't paying $17, $18 million like we've seen safeties get over the past couple of years. These guys got their best seasons when a veteran presence came back into that locker room and probably showed a little more leadership than those two on that side of the ball. Roquan Smith, obviously coming over to Baltimore, elevated the hell out of Patrick Queen's game. And then Bobby Wagner last year came back to Seattle, and it's clear Jordan Brooks is looking like a massive loss for the Seahawks right now because of the stability and the protection that Bobby Wagner provided Jordan Brooks. Jordan Brooks is not a good coverage linebacker. Let's call a spade a spade. And for him to kind of man his own defense. Oh boy, raspberry. Happy mom, happy life. Guess you should say that. Glad you're back. While I'm still talking about Dan the Man's new $20 super chat. Oh yeah, we got a couple of shots here coming at you. Looking like 6 shots going in the Seahawks sauce here. Gonna be wild. I'll rip the shotgun, and then we're gonna get the Seahawks sauce.
Oh, more
finale, and we're getting more here.
Oh my gosh!
And this one, my friend, is one that we value very highly here at and this is also a guy who has been around. I saw him in the watch parties. He's been here all season.
He's just now a first-time
all
super
offseason long, and he's a first-time super
About
chatter.
time, Thriller.
Thriller!
Because it's a thriller.
Thriller night. Thriller is a first-time super chatter.
Let's go.
For Thriller, C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks. Let's go. Thriller. 6 shots. Jim with another 2. Oh, my Lord.
Oh, boy.
Okay. So, I'll be honest. I am going to have to take a big swig of this just to make room for the shots.
It seems that way.
Which is fine. That's okay. That just means I'll get more liquored up here. So, with that said, here's the first big chug, but I will leave room for, how many is this, 8 shots? I got to drink at least half of this.
It seems like it's 7. It's 7.
7. Okay. Big chug of the Seahawks sauce, and then we'll take about 8 shots here. Here we go.
Oh, boy. He's taking a swig before we even get started here.
Okay.
Made room for the shots.
I made actually plenty of room for the shots. So, about 8 shots I owe.
Oh, boy.
Courtesy of Dan, Thriller, Jim.
You guys killed it.
Here we go, folks.
Keep throwing grades in for those last 2 Seahawks signings, though, while we get busy here with the shotguns and the Seahawks sauce.
This could be painful. All right. Put your grades in, and I'll chug some Seahawks sauce. Smitty will do a beer shotgun. Here we go. Folks, this Seahawks sauce, it's a grenade, right? It's green, so it kind of looks like it disappears, but you can see it's full here. I think I got to do what I can to just chug this down in one sitting. So, without further ado, folks, let's get sauced with the Seahawks sauce. Here we go. Oh, a little spillage. Ow, I'm hurting. Ow. That was a punch right to the gut. That hurt. I'm not going to lie. All right, Dan the man, I got to add you to the football too. Gordon says you will sleep well tonight, Tyler. I hope so. Our Bonnies are down. What's going on? The bright light. The light again. Our St. Bonaventure Bonnies are down right now. The bright lights of New York and Brooklyn are too much.
They already won a game in Brooklyn this year. It's ridiculous. They beat Oklahoma State back in November.
At MSG, yes.
No, it was here. It was at Barclays.
Oh, that's right. I forgot they moved that to.
The Legends Classic.
Yes. All right, here we go.
My Bonnies are making me drink, but so are the 12s. So are these signings. It's going to be a good Seahawks season. New era of Seahawks football.
Spam chug.
Spam chug in the chat. Spam chug in the chat. This is for the 12s. Let's go Hawks, baby!
Here we go. And he's off. Man, he just breastfed that thing.
I mean, Xavier Worthy, get the fuck out of here.
Jim says I lost a shot on my shirt. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Colin says the slurring has started. Yeah, it has. All right. Well, folks, it has been a day and then some. I'm not ready to go home yet. Let's go back to shot clock. I gotta give you guys credit. We went to the shot clock and you guys answered the call. You guys made it happen. What do you think, about a minute here on the clock? Let's go a minute. Let's test your speed here, folks. 1 minute. Super chat of any amount. Show keeps going. First time super chatters get a Seahawks chant. $5 to sing the old Macdonald song. $10 a raffle ticket for the Seahawk knives. $20 you get your name added to the Seahawks Football Hall of Fame. $50 to do a beer bong. So yeah, there you have it. Alora says we look too young to drink. I'll take that as a compliment. That means we are aging well, Smitty. Now I got a Happy Dad in hand. I went with the Death Row Records, the grape flavor. This is my favorite flavor. A Happy Dad's. Clock winding down. Super chat of any amount. Show stays live. Otherwise, we'll sign off, and we will call it a day. It has been something for the Seahawks today. Oh! Feeding Smitty's alcoholism. Your boy Trigger's back. Justin Trigger. Feeding Smitty's alcoholism. And Trigger, you're going on the football again. How about these guys just showing up in crunch time? We've made more in Super Chats the last 10 minutes than we did the last hour. Smitty? Okay. Oh, there's another one, too. These guys are holding firm. So, speaking of Trigger, feeding your alcoholism, Smitty, what is your offer for another beer shotgun?
One more beer shotgun I will do for a $50 super chat. I'm keeping my same deal. I want to see somebody get crazy.
Can
by the
Trigger
way,
send in 30? Since he already sent in 20?
yes.
Okay.
If Trigger sent in 30, I would do it.
Trigger another 30. Smitty will do another beer shotgun. Anyone else a 50, and we'll keep the show going. Charles with a $5 super chat.
And he's a first-time super chatter for Charles C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks. Let's go, Charles.
Let's ride.
Spam Charles in the chat. Sir Charles. Charles says, Shaq Leonard, Jacob Phillips, middle linebacker shots in the dark. Spam Sir Charles in the chat. I don't know what they're going to do. Shaq Leonard's already gone. I think we're hoping for Dolphins, right? Oh, Shaq Barrett. Wrong Shaq. Yeah, the drinks are hitting me. I guess Shaq Leonard, yeah. Shaq, whatever, I guess. Whatever it takes. Charles? Your choice. Get back to me real quick. DK song or old Macdonald song, your choice. And if you don't know, we can choose for you. That's fine too. But Charles, first time super chatter. I loved that Thriller, who's been an avid watcher of this show, finally super chatted.
Yeah, no, we love to see people break through that wall.
Tear down that wall. Offer stands. $30 from Trigger, and that's another beer shotgun for Smitty. $50 from everybody else. Minute on the clock. Trigger says I can't do 30 on mobile. Anybody want to spot him 10? Anybody want to spot Trigger 10? Trigger's going on the football again. This football's filling up fast. Much appreciated, Trigger. $10 super chat away from another Smitty beer shotgun. Oh my gosh. Charles, I asked him which song he wanted. He just said chug. We'll do the old McDonald song. Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks. Oh, Smitty missed that one. That's okay. Cheers, everybody. Oh. We're doing great. We're doing great. All right. Shot clock back on. We're 280 now, by the way. 20 away from 300. And Trigger is 10 away from a beer shotgun from Smitty. As the clock's winding down here. Here we go. Kaysen spotted Trigger. Nice work, Kaysen. Kaysen's got another entry for the, Trigger. Both of them took care of business. Okay. Let's start. Let me add you guys to the entry for the knives. Kaysen says, for Trigger, had work. What did I miss the last 2 hours? Rayshon Jenkins and George Fant signed with the Seahawks. Bobby Wagner rejoined Dan Quinn with the Washington Commanders. That's what happened in the last 2 hours. It was eventful. We'll put it that way. Kaysen, much appreciated. And then Trigger rallied with the 10. Smitty, you're going home in an Uber X tonight.
Sounds that way. Uber X, the driver is my girlfriend.
Okay. At least you're not walking home. At least you're not walking home tonight. You got The girlfriend Hooper said to pick you up. All right, let's see. I got Miller here. You want Miller or you need one? It's full. Okay. Miller this time for Smitty. If you want to grab another one, you can. Okay. Smitty's going to do Miller this time. Charles is asking, is there any way possible we can sign Micah Parsons? I hate to break it to you. The answer is no. Could you imagine Micah Parsons on this defense? Oh. Yodes got another super chat for Smitty. Oh, this is funny. Oh, my gosh. Here we go. Another beer shotgun for Smitty. Everybody, making sure Smitty has enough drinks. James Yoder with a $9 super chat. Bang! Says $9 super for number 9, J.J. McCarthy. Mike Macdonald loves him. You guys got to recognize. Expense the Uber, Smitty. You got a free ride home from our boss. He says you can take an Uber home.
That's much appreciated, Mr. Yoder. Thank you very much.
Oh! We got a $50 super chat from John Smith. Bang! What a wild last couple minutes. John Smith coming in big. John says, been at work all day too. Just got here. Great work on free agency coverage. John! That's another beer shotgun. I'll do the next beer shotgun.
All right. This one might put me out. So, I don't know. My guy John, the godfather of Seattle Today.
Another one for Smitty.
We're going with a fine Pilsner this time. We're not doing that sissy Happy Mom stuff anymore, I guess.
Everybody spam John in the chat as Smitty does another beer shotgun. And he's got an Uber ride home, courtesy of our boss, James Yoder.
Shouts out to Yoder. Shouts out to John Smith. Shouts out to Trigger. Shout out to Payson Reyes. I mean, you guys absolutely killed it all day long.
Dan the Man Miller.
The man, everybody dominated today. Seahawks, they made some good signings, not great signings, but we're on the up and up. Maybe J.J. McCarthy could save the franchise.
Everybody spam John in the chat. Here we go.
Cheers, boys.
Woo! There's another. Smitty does it again. John Smith asking who we picked up. We picked up Rayshon Jenkins and George Fant, and Bobby left us to go to the Commanders. James says take the free ride if it's convenient, but Uber if not. No driving after the show allowed. Now I got to do a beer shotgun. Smitty, can you do me a favor and open this for me? Since you got the knife or whatever? Yeah. The Expo marker, yes. And I'll do the beer shotgun. Oh, man. We're at 359. Can we keep it going? Can we get to 400? I'll do another Seahawks sauce. John Smith, you missed it earlier. We brought the Seahawks sauce back. We got sauce with the Seahawks sauce. I'll do another if we get to 400. We're 40 away. I love how this has just turned into a drinking palooza here in the last 30 minutes. When we drink, we score. When we drink, we score. In the offseason, we drink, we're still scoring. When we drink, we sign. Our new theme here on Seahawks Today. Thank you, Spitty. Oh, yes. Here we go. Smitty will take over for a moment on the mic. All right.
Everybody spam Chug in the chat.
Spam Chug. I have not done an actual beer shotgun in a long
John Smith, that's a question that we're all wondering right now. So he says, do they see Fant backing up or starting at right tackle and Abe sliding inside? Chug, 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 chug. He's slurping it. What the hell was that? He was slurping the shotgun. Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, bad job on my part.
Oh, my God.
That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing.
That was unbelievable.
That was embarrassing.
Isaiah Muniz, we can get Chase Young, but it's the most unlikely thing on the planet.
That's embarrassing. I'll admit.
Abe at guard probably would be pretty awesome. Has he played guard in college, right? I believe
a little bit.
I believe he played a little bit of guard at Washington State. It's literally just middle linebacker. I think this team is fine for now, need rotation pieces, and to build through the draft. But middle linebacker, I do think we need to make a free agency signing.
We have drank a decent amount today.
Yeah, no, I've had, in the last 20 minutes, I've drank all my alcohol, so that's just...
Jim says party foul.
It's a
Sorry.
Recipe for disaster. Oh.
Sorry. Man. All right, so here's where we're at. We're at 360 right now in Super Chats. Another 40, and I will not embarrass myself with Seahawks sauce. I'm better at chugging than trying to do this shotgun. Like, I don't shotgun that often. I don't think so. I don't think so. John says, how much money we got left? Great question. We're 40 away from another Seahawks sauce. Getting sauce with the Seahawks sauce. And last time, I had to take 8 shots down with this. Trigger says, getting drunk on a Wednesday afternoon, sun's not even down. We're just built different around
Shout
here.
out daylight savings, all right? It ain't our fault the sun ain't down.
When the sun goes down.
On my side of town.
I think we're thinking.
I think we're different songs. We're on different songs right now.
But the sun's going down either way.
Oh, wait.
I was thinking Kenny Chesney.
Yeah. That song is fire. That song is tough.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking. I forget that's the name of that song.
When the sun goes down, we'll be grooving. When the sun goes down, we'll feel all right.
Yeah.
When the sun sinks down over the water, everything gets hotter
when the sun goes down. Yo, that song is.
Oh. If that song doesn't get your
juices
juices
me the hell up.
Oh yeah.
No Shoes Nation, baby.
How about that? I love some Kenny Chesney.
John, we're poor. John, the Seahawks are poor.
Yeah. It ain't great. Back to the shot clock. Wasn't that awesome? That was Electric Factory. Super chat in and out. Show keeps going. We are another 50 from another Smitty beer bong. And we're 40 collectively. Jaime! With the 20. Jaime's getting added to the football. That puts us 20 away from another Seahawks sauce. This is an incredible effort here, this last 30 minutes. Jaime. Much appreciated, my guy. Jaime Lopez. And Jaime, your name got added to the top of the football. We're giving this thing away at the end of the month. Oh, there we go, John Smith. So, Smitty is also watching his St. Bonaventure Bonnies, and you guys are down right now with 3 minutes to go. Whoa. Okay. John Smith. More Seahawks sauce on the way. There you go, John Smith. You're on the football now, too. I think we filled up almost the entire half of the football. We still got this half to go. Somebody's getting this thing at the end of the month. All right, let's go get some more Seahawks sauce. Smitty, while I go get the Seahawks sauce, same deal as last time. Every five is a shot of vodka.
Yep.
All right. See how many shots I got to do when I get back.
Shouts out to my guy, Johnny Smith. You know, we have the same last name, him and I.
Yeah.
Yep. Godfather. Every $5 super chat, we're adding a shot to the Seahawks sauce. Last time it was 7 shots of vodka. 7 shots of vodka added already to a vodka beverage. And Christopher Bryan wants to get down and dirty. Christopher Bryson with a $20 super chat. Bang. Let's get it. What do we think, folks? We're getting absolutely sauced here on Seahawks Today. Unbelievable turnout. I mean, the last 150 of you guys who are here, the real 12s. You guys here now are the realest 12s in the game. As I am absolutely, you guys have no idea. I am literally freaking out on the inside right now. Bang! I think our own Chat Sports' Nick Roloff is watching the game as well. The Bonnies lead by 2 with a minute left. Absolutely bonkers here. This is March, folks. NFL free agency and a bunch of college hoops winner-go-home scenarios. Absolutely electric. Appreciate everybody in here right now. John Smith says, I just want to blow out the Rams and beat the 49ers, for fuck's sake. I'm not going to lie. So do I. It feels like it's been a while. Feels like it's been a while since that's happened.
So 4 shots?
Yes, that'd be
courtesy of Christopher Bryson.
4 shots. Christopher Bryson cooked up.
Well, let me add Christopher Bryson to the football first.
I mean,
I did leave room this time for shots. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, you can't see anyway. It's just the Bonnies. Come on now, Bonnies. Christopher Bryson, the first name on the other side of the football. Still time to buy shots. All right, here we go. Christopher Bryson, your name is now added to the football. Every $20 super chat gets your name added on the football. Smitty, I'll toss the football to you. You can see this thing's starting to fill up here. Making some progress.
Making some serious progress here. We've actually gone to the second quarter of the white here. I guess the other half of the white on this ball.
The third quarter.
Yeah. We're in the end game now. Still got some room, though, to get some small names in between the cracks here, though. Got a good bit of representation here. A lot of new 12s, also a lot of old 12s as well. Virginia Seahawk, Mark Sanchez, people who might not be here with us right now. But, I mean, Dan Miller is all over this football. It's absolutely unbelievable. John Smith,
the Dan Miller football.
John Smith as well. Electric.
Yeah. John Smith, Dan Miller. Yeah, this is a good group on this football. And you can be added to it, $20. John Smith says, really bummed Wags is gone. Yeah. We can drink our sorrows away at least. Here we go, 4 shots in the Seahawks sauce. There it is. All right. Smitty, I think after this we'll call it a day.
Yeah?
Unless you're down to keep going.
Oh, man. I mean, listen.
If you want to keep going,
right.
Keep going.
If somebody sends in a 50, I will do one more beer shotgun. But other than that.
So after I drink this, it's a $50 shot clock.
It's a
2 minutes.
It really, and I'm not trying to be crazy or anything there, but
after the Seahawks sauce.
After the Seahawks sauce, we've been drinking quite a bit. I ain't no cheap whore. All right.
Gordon with a 10.
That technically counts. Put 2 more shots in yours.
2 more shots. All right. Well, I got to take a little gulp then to make room.
I remember when I said earlier, when lips touch liquid, that's when the deal goes up until.
All right. Still more room, Gordon.
Shout out to Gordon.
There we go. Gordon's got another entry for the knives. These knives, it's going to be quite the duck
race. It's going to be a heated battle.
All right. Gordon's got another entry. Here we go. Second Seahawks sauce of the day with about 5 shots of vodka. Not nearly as bad as last time, but it's the second one. Should hit me better. Will I spill this time? Spam chug in the chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Here we go. Chug, chug, chug. See, you guys can see it now when it's on his face. It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. And he is chugging the hell. That's a lot of liquid. I mean, I know it might not be a boot, but it's damn sure a lot of sauce. He put it down.
In the grenade.
I watched it. I watched
go.
the whole damn thing.
John says, make Smitty ride shotgun in the Uber tonight. That is a little sketch. Anyone that rides shotgun in an Uber.
Yeah. I have done it, but only in group settings.
You only do it when you have to.
I usually take one for the team, though. Like, I am usually the guy who will go sit up front and chop it with the Uber driver. I'm a big Uber driver chop guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love talking to them. I love hearing stories.
It really depends on what mood I'm in. Like,
Yeah.
sometimes I like it just quiet. Sometimes I like to hit it up with the Uber driver. So, my last Uber ride I took was, I was in Vegas, and my Uber driver, he was taking me to the airport. Man, that's some burps coming there. Sorry, folks. I'm tasting my lunch again. It's like they say, why fart and waste it when you can burp and taste?
Come on, Bonnies!
Up by 2.
Up by 2 and 40 ticks
seconds
left. Oh, my God.
Are the Bonnies going to pull it off?
I mean, the cover is out of the question. I can't believe they were 8.5-point favorites.
Smitty, put yourself on screen. People need to see your reaction. Here.
Okay.
In case you're just joining
My
us,
alma mater to the rack. It's good! Daryl Benz to the cup.
Take a 4-point lead.
4-point lead, 20 seconds left.
Go.
Get a stop. No! Oh, we got dunked on.
And the foul.
What the fuck? Was it a foul or was it a timeout?
Let's see.
I think it was
the
a timeout.
basket counted.
We calling hack on that? That's bullshit. What an up and under move by Daryl Banks III.
Shot clock's on. Got to get a $50 super chat to stay live.
By the way, does anybody remember when the St. Peter's Peacocks beat Kentucky a couple years ago?
Yes.
St. Bonaventure's own Daryl Banks dropped 27 in that game. What's in the sauce? Gatorade and vodka. For the people who are still here, we can reveal secrets.
Yes. John Smith says for the Bonnies.
Yeah, John! 19 seconds left. I'm not sure if it was an and one. Was it an
We
and
won't
one?
sign off till this game ends.
Let me check. Yeah, let me. When this game goes final, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
No. You guys, if you've been here long enough through our free agency coverage, you deserve to see Smitty's reaction, win or lose, with the Bonnies.
Listen, guys.
We don't get this every day.
Good thing we're in a timeout. I can explain myself a little bit. This is my alma mater. They're playing the Atlantic 10.
Game is on USA Network right now if you want to watch
all right. So no and one, no and one. Bonnie's ball. Get the ball in. What kind of inbound play is that? Call timeout.
They got it in.
Here we go. Mike
Foul.
Adams. All right, it's Moses Flowers going to the line. Moses Flowers, the transfer from Hartford, with 17 seconds left. How does only 2 seconds go off on that clock?
Hey.
I don't know.
When we drink, we score. We drink, we win.
When we drink, we score. When we drink, we win.
If you want Smitty's Bonnies to win right now,
Send in a super chat.
send it in a super chat.
Who cares? Oh, my
We'll
God.
take shots.
This has to be the worst viewing experience you guys have had on Seahawks Today, me rooting for my Bonnies. But it's win or go home.
I never thought this day would come.
Moses Flowers knocks down the first free throw. Up 3, 17 seconds left.
How often do you get to watch your Bonnies?
I watch every game.
Okay.
Every single game. I don't miss a game. Last year I missed a game. I would miss games routinely because they sucked and they were not my team that I was in college for. A lot of new faces. 4-point game, baby. 2 possessions, 17 seconds. Just get a stop and the game is over. Get a stop and the game is over.
Let's see. Pumps once. That's a foul. 3 shots. 3 shots. Wow. Smitty in shambles. We're still up 4.
How do you foul? Oh, my God.
This is an incredible
John Smith,
experience.
I know. We got to make our free throws. They're just kids. Just got to hit their free throws, though. A lot of them
11.2 on the clock.
A lot of them
LaSalle's got 3 free throws ahead.
Ain't no way he makes all 3, right?
First one up and good.
Yeah, all 3 of these are wet. God damn it. We did sign Rayshon Jenkins. I'll throw that stuff back up.
Jay says Bonnie's going to Bonnie.
Bonnies are going to Bonnie. They literally are.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, they always blow it. Maybe his first 2. It's going to be a 1-point game. The Bonnies are going to miss a free throw, and LaSalle's going to have a chance to tie or win the game. I can predict this from a mile away. 11 seconds left. Somehow, this game might go. This game's going to overtime.
Timeout, St. Bonaventure. 11.2 on the clock. Up by 2.
Jim Barron, funny enough, I'm pretty sure your exact name is the name of a former St. Bonaventure basketball head coach.
Jay Middleton says, sound like Washington State Cougs.
Hey, the Cougs are nice, man. The Cougs are the Cougs making the tournament? Pretty sure they were firmly in a couple weeks ago. I haven't checked much Pac-12. Get to USA Network if you want to watch along.
Watch along with us.
Watch along with us. Put your TVs on USA Network. John Smith, I don't know if the Bonnies are going to win. I've seen too many times.
No, he's saying they're going to win.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if they're going to win. We got a first
Time Super Chat
from Noah Ramsey for Noah C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks. I don't know. I'll take him for a 3rd-round pick. I'll give him a 3rd for Fields.
John Smith, you
Nothing
watching
more.
the game? Yeah, I give up I honestly don't even know if I give up a 3rd. Maybe I give up our 2nd 3rd. We have 2 3rd-rounders, right?
Yeah.
I give up our 2nd 3rd.
Noah, thanks for that super chat. Everybody spam Noah in the chat.
Spam Noah.
We're watching the finish of this St. Bonaventure LaSalle game.
Only because it's my alma mater. Just graduated back last May.
And St. Bonaventure's up by 2.
LaSalle at the line looking to cut it to a 1-point game. They do.
Up and good.
They do. 11 seconds left. St. Bonaventure's going to have to hit some free throws here, and I am fucking terrified. This is win or go home. This is the Atlantic 10 tournament. This isn't some regular bullshit regular season game. I wouldn't put you guys through that. This is win or go home.
Here we go.
Get the ball in bounds.
All right, if you want Smitty's team to win, spam W Smitty.
Spam W Smitty.
If you want them to lose, spam F Smitty.
If you spam F Smitty, I might remove you from the channel. Shout out my guy Noah.
Which one is it? Are you rooting for Smitty's Bonnies or not? W Smitty or F Smitty? Get it in the chat. Let us know.
I'm literally freaking out.
11.2 on the clock. Is Rolly even paying attention, you
I'm
think?
pretty sure he was watching the game, actually, because when they hit a 3, he said, bang! Like, it was simultaneous, and I'm pretty sure they were on the DirecTV as well.
Okay. Darren says W Smitty.
No!
Jay. Let them lose.
Jay! Thank you, John. You always come in clutch, my man. I'm freaking out.
Here we go. 11.2 on the clock.
I'm actually not freaking out because we can actually fire our sorry-ass coach.
Jim, WTF, Smitty. There's the inbound. They got the foul.
Intervening? Oh, my God. He ain't making both. He ain't making both.
Folks, are you not entertained right now?
Seahawks signed Rayshon Jenkins and George Fant. Those are the 2 big signings of the day. I'll put Rayshon back up top for our last little segment here. Maybe Rayshon can give us some luck here down the stretch of this Bonnie's game.
2-year deal.
2-year deal, that's right.
Jay's saying you guys need to fire your coach.
We should. We should. The game has passed him by. He used to be great, but in this new era of NIL...
Made the first.
Oh, my God. I almost had a heart attack. That's right. That's right, Kaysen. Special teams, special plays, special players.
Second free throw tipped. Missed it.
Big Chad, I'm going to kill you.
2-point game.
Wait. Lane violation. We're getting another shot. Nope. LaSalle's going to. Oh, my God.
Oh, LaSalle's got a shot. 10 seconds.
They're going to tie it up. This game's over.
Moving down the floor. 4 seconds. Step back. 3-point attempt. No good. Went for the putback, and the bodies move on. 75-73.
Yeah! Let's go, Boners! Let's go, Boners! Let's go, Boners!
How about that?
Smitty, how did he miss that dunk?
What the hell, Rolly?
How?
How do you miss that? I knew as soon as it went up, oh my God, it's an air ball, but I knew he was right there.
Yeah, I mean, this was never going in, but...
How did
What a lob! I thought it
That's
went in.
incredible.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable!
That is
We're going to win tomorrow!
Survive in advance.
Survive in advance. The season doesn't end until you lose.
John Smith told you, Bonnies are taking this shit.
I mean, unbelievable.
All right, on that note, let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us.
Dan chimes in with F. Smitty.
Dan! Thought we were boys! John Smith asking, is the safety, last question we'll answer, is the safety we signed good?
Yes,
He is.
I like
He is.
I like Rayshawn Jenkins.
Playing his best football of his career last season and the season
30
before.
years old.
Yeah.
I'll take him.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, we
Thank
will
you
go.
guys. Appreciate
If
everybody.
the Seahawks make any big moves, we'll go live again. But stay locked into the channel for more free agency coverage. Thank you guys at 12s. You delivered. Fun day today. We're not going anywhere. Lock us in. Great coverage coming the next couple days. He's Tyler Smith. I'm Tyler Jones.
Let's go, Bonnies!
Okay, at first I'm like, is he going shirt off here? Like, what the hell is this? That was quite the sign off there. So long, everybody. Have a great night.